actually lack of connectivity, which leads to exclusion. And by exclusion, we then lose the purpose for which we digitalize in our countries. The other, a very important aspect, is also the general cost of access to data, which is very expensive for the common people. The reason why governments digitalize probably is to ask ourselves as governments, why are we digitalizing? Because I think, for one, we digitalize because we want to improve service delivery. We want citizens to access services that government offers in a manner that is secure, reliable, and almost available 24/7. Part of these challenges then resonate well with the rest of Africa. But I would also hasten to say, some of the challenges have got to do with lack of protection of critical infrastructure. I think that emanates also from not understanding why we must prioritize digitalization and cybersecurity. The moment we prioritize, because most countries in Africa are actually digitalizing, and because they are digitalizing, some are actually outsourcing technologies. So that's another challenge. The outsourced technologies, in the long run, its sustainability becomes questionable, because then the issue is, in terms of the infrastructure and the operations, it exposes the key state enterprises such as power grids and transport systems to cyber attack vulnerabilities and also to external control. So that's a very realistic, I could say, challenge that we face in Africa. But also another challenge, probably the last one, because most of the challenges across Africa happen across jurisdictions. They are not uniquely Zimbabwean, but the rest of Africa. So typically when I explain about Zimbabwe, I'm equally explaining about the rest of Africa, because they are not unique challenges. Then on the softer issues, I think it's about policy and governance. One of the success stories in the digitalization agenda was in cybersecurity. When you look at Africa, is Ghana. Look at the political will expressed by the presidents. That is an incentive on its own, and that gives the drive on why you then find there's a lot of support in terms of governance, there's support in terms of policies that drive the cybersecurity agenda. What was the other one?
Hello, hello. That's fine. The other question was also, what role does would the EU have in supporting such, in helping countries overcome some of the challenges you mentioned?
Oh, yes. I think the EU comes in handy in terms of developing or building capacity in most of our African countries, in policy formulation, in terms of governance issues, because when you promote policy, you encourage investments. When you encourage investments, you improve the quality of life of your citizens, because there is a whole lot that can be. For example, I was reading somewhere where it then says for every 10% increase in coverage, for example, in connectivity, there's a 1% growth in GDP. So to me, that shows that when you promote good policies and you've got good governance structures, you promote investment, you improve the quality of life. When you improve the quality of life, you improve connectivity. When you improve connectivity, you have got economic growth. And when you've got economic growth, you are then able to plow back to the community and then address other social ills that are obtainable from the social ills that come, which governments commit to do when they are elected into office.
Thank you very much for those insights and recommendations. Now, let me talk about multi-stakeholder needs-based approach and the fact that this is at the core of our approach to cyber capacity building and international cooperation. It is also within DG INPA's mandate to promote EU values, principles, priorities in multilateral fora. So to do so, we engage with EU member states and other relevant stakeholders in different frameworks. At the moment, for instance, INPA is working to enhance inclusion and participation of not only the public and private sectors, but also civil society and academia. So let me turn to Ms. Areng and ask her a question about how cooperation between stakeholders of the public and private sector, as well as civil society and academia, can be promoted. What are good practices to share to strengthen the needs-based, human-centric approach to cyber capacity building?
Thank you very much. I'm very happy to be in this dynamic panel and very happy to be for the first time in this friendly and really warm country. So hopefully we will get some difficult questions and interaction from the audience to re-energize a little bit us here up on the stage. I guess needs-based, multi-stakeholder, human-centric approach, it seems such a slogan, but this is really a alpha and omega of cyber capacity building, because the actions, they need to drive change, and they only drive change if you include all the different actors that will be implementing the policies that you will be engaging in the concrete countries. And the donors and the implementers have to take into consideration that they need to drive this whole of society change, not only affecting the government. And government obviously needs to be the centerpiece of the actions, because government has the role of strategy, legislative and framework creation, and also the supervision and coordination function. But through the work with the civil society, with academia, with private sector, we build the efforts on the broad basis, and that also affects the sustainability of our actions, because in this way these actions are sustained through the political transitions and also changes at the lower expert level. So it helps to create consistency of policies and initiatives. And how that can be promoted on the national level, obviously encouraging collaboration between the different government departments and agencies, and encourage them also to include the wider stakeholder community, academia, private sector. So in this community, you do not have bad actors in that sense that they should be avoided. I mean, they can be critical to what you're proposing, but in the end, you need to include them to make sure that whatever you do will have a better outcome in the end. And one concrete example, perhaps, where all the different stakeholders have a stake is awareness raising or cyber hygiene. That the private sector has the knowledge and capacity and resources to develop some sort of cyber hygiene, cyber awareness raising platforms, campaigns. The NGOs can organize community level workshops and training sessions, and governments can obviously spread the knowledge further, or make the cyber hygiene tests, for example, obligatory for all civil servants. So you have to start from somewhere, from very practical examples. So this is what we are trying to achieve also through our project, with very practical, concrete elements. And also, it was mentioned that it is, by the previous speaker, that it is good to focus on how EU could assist the countries here is by encouraging the adoption of some policies or standards, because adoption of these best practices create also consistency in approaches across the different sectors. So if you, for example, implement baseline cybersecurity standards in the government, and you also either motivate or enforce those also to your critical sector services, so that creates a cohesion across the different sectors. and in the end you have this whole of society cyber resilience. I guess that's
Thank you very
my
much,
answer
Ms.
to your
Aring.
first question. Yeah.
Now, at headquarters, our colleagues at INPA, they're dealing with cybersecurity as part of a wider unit dealing with digitalization, connectivity, science, technology, and innovation. In the past year, our digital programming, as well as investments in connectivity infrastructure such as land, submarine cables, and data centers, have increased considerable. And it's foreseen that 10% of funding for projects in the upcoming years will be dedicated to such digital projects, or projects at least that contain a digital component. So to secure digital and connectivity programming, DG INPA developed a cybersecurity mainstreaming toolbox, and this toolbox aims to ensure the security by design of our digital and connectivity initiatives, whilst taking into account cyber maturity of countries in which our projects are taking place. Dr. Komiyama, I imagine that you, in your work as director of the Japanese emergency response team, that in that work, one of your daily concerns is workforce development and retention. What are your views on leveraging the expertise and resources of the private sector in cybersecurity initiatives and encouraging business to invest in workforce development? What are some of the good practices that you could share on involving the private sector to share threat intelligence with computer security incident response teams?
Oh, thank you so much. Good afternoon. My name is Koichiro Sparky Komiyama from Japan. I'm from Japan Computer Emergency Response Team doing all the incident response work. So I'd like to contribute to this panel was bringing the cybersecurity incident response practitioners' perspective. First of all, JPCERT is a non-profit, non-government organization, was dealing with all the incidents affecting Japanese critical infrastructures for more than 15 years. And what is unique about this organization is, since the beginning, we are keen to support, or we are keen to form the regional forum of collaboration, because take our organization as an example, we receive more than 20,000 incidents per year. It's like 100 to 200 per business days. Then, among these 20,000 cases, half of cases we need to engage or we need to collaborate with either CSIRTs, ISP, law enforcement who are working in or who are outside of Japan. So international collaboration or cooperation is really necessary from the beginning of this cybersecurity incident response work, because attackers or hackers are not in our own soil. And then talking about our collaboration with Africa, this region, I've been coming to Africa since 2010. Actually, the father of African internet is sitting in this room, so I'm afraid to explain the effort at Afrinic. But very briefly, there's a community of network engineers who's doing regular training, conference, anywhere in Africa. So back to back, or with piggyback those regional cybersecurity engineer community, we provide cybersecurity training twice a year, sometime in Ghana, Botswana, Zambia, anywhere. And been to 13 different countries, and I'm very privileged to join the first Africa Set meeting happening in Ghana was almost 8 years ago. There is now a regional CSIRT cybersecurity engineers collaboration platform for Africa as well, and proud to be part of it. And then I'm also a board member of FIRST, Forum of Incident Response Team. This is an alliance for more than 500 CSIRTs across the globe, probably the largest community. And as a board member of FIRST, I was the first one bring first event in Africa. So in last 12 years, I try connect the African cybersecurity community to Asian and global community. So that's what I intended to do in this region. And there are several lessons learned from my own experience. The question was about the capacity building or human resources. It has been a very critical problem even in Japan, because when we try to hire new engineers, it is always a competition between us and Japanese private sectors. And in most cases, they pay more than we pay. So it happens to anywhere. The situation is getting worse when we go to several Southeast Asian countries. We also provide technical training for several Southeast Asian countries, maybe for 2 years. By the time we finish train the government officials in, let's say, Thailand or Indonesia, they decide to leave their government and start their new career in private sector. So we are not competing with private sector, but there's always a not a tension. There's a very delicate communication between, especially the Southeast Asia. There's a very delicate relationship between government and private sector. Now, finally, I think in the area of human resources, capacity building, I always try not to be creative. Often the case, I'm not sure if it applies to you. If, let's say, if you got a EU funding to support Africa for next 5 years, you may want to draft a big plan from scratch. And that's the entrance or gate to the, that journey may end up in a very strange place. Talking about the cybersecurity, we have many industry well-accepted certification like CISSP, CISM, Security Plus, you name it. Also, we have all the vendor certificate provided by AWS, Microsoft, and others, Cisco maybe. And those certificates are well aligned and well reflect what is needed by private sector or by industry. So instead of drafting curriculum by yourself, they may take advantage of what is existing already. And in the end, I'm not sure. You are beneficiary. The government officials in Zimbabwe. I think it's good if they decide to leave government and started working for Zimbabwe private sector with their Microsoft certificate or AWS certificate. That's a broader win for Zimbabwe or African economy. So that's my take. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. That's very insightful and really shows that there's an intricate relationship between all those stakeholders. Let me turn to Mr. Urban. And Mr. Urban, we established that partnerships with industry can enhance skills of cybersecurity professionals in the public sector. In your opinion, what are the merits of including the private sector in capacity building through cybersecurity curriculum development in universities? Can you share good practices? Are there any concrete initiatives that you can share of collaboration between academia and industry to address emerging cybersecurity challenges?
Hello. Thank you, Roland, for this introduction, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to participate in this panel. I think it's about time that we talk about serious things and getting together above all. And after all the conclusions that I take from Nina and from Dr. Yama and Dr. Nakakaira, I think let's put it into perspective very shortly, in a historic perspective. It's strangely enough, we are now in a position that we ask, should we include academia in the future? If you think about it, it's paradoxical, no? Because all this, let's say, digital era comes from the academia, actually, if you think about it. The internet was born through projects that came from the academia. Mr. Rick Cerf and wouldn't deny that, I would say. And and the CERN, of course, also. So the research and academic work has really initiated all of this whole industry. Okay, that's how the industry evolved, and we are effectively facing a world where this is really a strong industry that dominates all our economy actually right now. So, and we have to deal with the challenges, of course, and so the thing about working together is really fundamental. Let's go back to the academia, yes, include the academia, and effectively the question about capacity development is at the core of the needs of the whole system, I would say. So I would say, yes, there is there's scope for collaboration, obviously, between academia, private sector, and private sector, of course. There's triple alliance, as they usually say, but now in these areas of collaboration, I would add civil society also to the picture, but basically, between academia and private sector in particular, the association is fundamental. It's because the private sector has its needs in terms of capacity, of course, and these needs, in turn, have to be provided for by the academia, by the universities, by the training centers, as such. That's what they are for. And so, really, that's where I would say we have some instances in Latin America that we were trying to develop in the framework precisely of the EU and Latin America cooperation. And that's, I think, the interesting thing in this session, because really we inaugurated in March a digital alliance between the EU and Latin America and the Caribbean. And this digital alliance is intended for, well, let's say, support the digital transformation in the region, in Latin America and Caribbean region, but I think it could go both ways, of course. And it is also a question of, it has to be human-centric and, of course, and the cybersecurity question is of course important in this. And in different aspects, I was interested in particular by Dr. Matika's allusion to different sectors of the economy, of the infrastructures, economic infrastructure, like electric distribution and production, or water distribution also. They are all susceptible to be attacked digitally and affecting effectively this sector. And that's where I think it is interesting also to have a global collaboration between academy and the private sector, simulating also sometimes. That's also an interesting feature there. So that can be provided for when you collaborate, when you put all the pieces of the puzzle together of this ecosystem. Because it is definitely it's a big ecosystem with very different stakeholders, with probably different interests, but in a way they get together in this in this matter. So, and that's why I think it's interesting to collaborate. And we have in fact different examples of collaboration of certificates, for instance, regional training platform that puts together different research and education efforts from different countries. That's also the opportunity. It's the mutualization of the resources, which is very important when you tackle global threats. Mutualization of resources that are scarce, really. We need capacity. There are big needs, and the industry knows that. And in turn, we have to know these needs in order to tackle them. That's really the thing. And the Bella 2 project that we are dealing with, I'm just mentioning concretely what we are taking now as Red Clara. Red Clara is a research and education network for Latin America and the Caribbean. It's a federation of national networks. So, as such, it constitutes already an ecosystem. And within the scope of a digital alliance between the EU and Latin America and the Caribbean, there are four areas, basic areas. And one of the big areas is being tackled through the Bella 2 project, which is a connectivity project at the basis. That really, the intention is to build up connectivity that makes sense, that has a purpose. And that's why, and I have to just contextualize a little bit, because I think that this is really what we are aiming at. No? It's making it work for a better, safer environment, digital environment, capacity building in that sense. That's really what I wanted to mention here.
Thank you very much, Mr. Urban, and also thank you for referring to the Bella program and the Digital Alliance. Just a quick word on that. This is the alliance is the EU's way of championing a human-centric, needs-based, secure approach to digital transformation. From what I understand, there's an initial contribution of 145 million euros from the Team Europe, of which 50 million euros comes from the EU budget, and the idea here is to boost digital cooperation between both regions, as you explained. Also, thank you for highlighting the various sectors. It reminded me of a recent headline I saw referring to a report by the International Energy Agency of the exponential increase in attacks on utility networks, especially energy, worldwide, and of course also Europe. And this is, of course, something that is very worrying, and I think this is where all your work will, of course, be very valuable in terms of thwarting those attacks. At this time, I just need to get an idea of the time check. Do we have any information on when this session now will formally end? We have 5 more minutes, so that gives us a few, maybe a very quick 1-minute closing remarks from each of you. And then, yes, and then Q&A. I don't know if we can maybe have a few Q&A as well, but sorry, you had a question? Oh. Okay, understood. Okay, may I ask you just for a very quick sort of 1 minute?
Yeah, I would want to say it's very important for the EU to promote, internal dialogue between countries, because I believe there's a lot of value in unlocking when there's private sector participation, civil society, and governments. When they meet, you unlock a lot of resources internally before one can then resort to looking for assistance outside the country. So I think promoting internal dialogue is one of the critical areas that can lead to increased policy harmonization by involving all stakeholders, so that it doesn't become like government prescribes for the citizens. And this is where we then find the mistrust that comes when advocates from NGOs purportedly also representing the same constituents that government represents, they find themselves in conflict.
Thank you very much, Dr. Matikari. Yes, please, Mr. Urban,
Yes,
quick minute from you.
Thank you. Very quickly, just a thought that came to my mind. We are facing a big war out there, big fierce competition on the one side, and people, or let's say, tendencies to exploit failures in the system and etc. What we propose really, what I think so, is the opposite picture, is peace, safety, and collaboration, not competition. It's really, in this matter, it's adamant, it's really fundamental, it's collaboration spirit. That's what I would say, my take.
Thank you very much, Mr. Urban. Ms. Areng, could I ask you for a closing 1 minute?
Yes, thank you very much. I very much like the comments that we should go back to the roots, so to say academia, because this is where internet started, and it continues to be a very attractive attack surface for the attacker. So what we are doing in LAC 4, we are developing currently in collaboration with Red Clara, who is our partner, a training program to help the creation of academic CSERTs in your network. And I also would like to comment on the industry, academia, and private sector, private sector, academia, and government collaboration elements that, as you mentioned, that even if the person leaves from the government and stays in the country, I mean, the country still benefits. And some countries in Europe, for example, implement the cyber reserves concept, that you have a core CSERT in the government who has the immediate responsibility to protect the networks and conduct incident response, but you have the kind of network of experts on a voluntary basis around the CSERT that you can engage if you really hit a very bad day and you need help. So your former colleagues in the government who are currently in private sector can, you know, come and contribute to the whole of society cyber crisis response. So I mean, there are a lot of avenues to explore between the three kind of sectors, and I think we are you know, starting to pay attention to that in our cyber capacity building endeavors, but I think we're increasingly doing that. I think that's very important.
Thank you very much, Ms. Areng. Dr. Komiyama, and if I could have a minute
again, I have nothing to add, but you know, looking forward to discuss with you what we are going to do next with your over coffee or tea. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Komiyama. Now, questions and answers. I open the floor for any questions. Don't be shy. We have a few minutes, apparently. We're not being thrown out yet, so any questions at all? I see none. Do I take it there'll be no questions? 1 and 2 and 3. Then I say thank you very much, and thank you very much to our panelists for participating and for those very insightful recommendations and explanations and comments. Thank you very much.
between experts about strengthening the cyber resilience of critical infrastructure. And I think it's something that touches upon all of us and the work of all of us, particularly as we are all working to enhance cybersecurity, to enhance cyber resilience, and our critical infrastructure, those services, those infrastructure that is essential to the functioning of our societies is the first that we often talk about when we talk about cybersecurity. Today I have with me distinguished speakers that all from their own perspectives have particular expertise, a particular experience that they are glad to share with you today. Myself, I'm Manon Leblanc. I'm coordinator for cyber issues at the European External Action Service. I'm very happy today to moderate the panel. But before we start with the discussions, I'm happy to invite you a keynote speaker for the day, who will introduce the remarks introduce the remarks of the colleagues, and will be able to really get us into the topic and to the discussions of today. May I introduce to you Professor Nyi Kwer-Nor, who's a Ghanaian academic, engineer and entrepreneur, and who is significant contributions to the field of information and communication technologies, particularly in Africa. And he's often referred to the father of the internet in Africa, which I think says enough for his expertise into this field. So may I welcome you indeed to the stage to give your opening remarks.
Thanks very much for the kind introduction. And also thanks for inviting me to share some remarks and maybe help frame some of the ideas of the session, appropriately titled Strengthening Resilience of Critical Infrastructure. And of course, we are speaking about cyberspace with critical information infrastructure of the internet. I'm so happy to see many friends who I normally meet overseas here in Accra, so naturally I should take the opportunity to welcome you, and as we say, Awawa Tu or Akwaba. I was fortunate to have championed internet adoption in Ghana and connected Ghana to the internet very early from 1992 and developed the GH domain name registry, a critical infrastructure, in 1995. And this was well before deregulation of the telecommunications sector in 1996. That was a period of can-do. We felt at the time that the internet's potential contribution to social, scientific, and economic development would be immense, and described our initiative in context of techno-liberation and self-development. We proceeded to help each other in country and outside. Today's cyberspace has become a new arena of dominance and control, and we have to think of resilience with similar passion and determination as in the pioneering age. We have to strive to be part of the supply chain and not only the art users. The world is increasingly connected, and there's no doubt we have a shared digital future. Cooperation nationally, regionally, and globally would be important in deriving the shared benefits and make progress on international security and stability. The SDGs will not be attainable without attention to critical infrastructure. Oftentimes, the SDGs depend on critical infrastructure, and resilient infrastructure would have positive contribution. As the session will be deliberating on policies, tools, and mechanisms that need to be put in place at national level to strengthen cyber resilience of critical information infrastructure, here are some suggestions. With private sector, governments, academia, and users as actors, we should explore how community decision-making process might be achieved. The best practice is to employ the bottom-up multi-stakeholder decision processes and which approach would enable the critical infrastructure operators to develop shared understanding and practices. While the multi-stakeholder approach is very good, we also know how difficult it is to implement in a predominantly top-down context of Africa. Without active participation, the community decision process may be readily captured. The multi-stakeholder decision process ought to be based on merit and by consensus, what we can live with priority given to addressing the immediate local needs or issues. A failure of the multi-stakeholder approach around critical infrastructure decisions can be problematic, leaving decisions in hands of a few. Perhaps the intended capacity building efforts might include appreciation of the multi-stakeholder approach and how to dutifully practice it as a coordination vehicle. We ought to distinguish this approach from traditional consultation. What we want is the community to address issues and then make decisions for itself, as opposed to someone has decided and comes to consult. The rapid technological advancement comes with different varying cybersecurity risks and management. Among lessons that can strengthen the resilience of critical information infrastructure in our environment in Ghana and perhaps the global south is quality of education of the workforce and the foundation across the public and private sectors. Essential are strong foundation in cryptography and the ability to follow newly emerging technologies, especially as an example, AI models, which not only enlarge the cybersecurity problem space, but also yields technical resources for attacks, which we have to defend. This will take some effort and time with sustained investment in the region. In conclusion, one would point to the need to not be tempted to restart afresh, but to build on existing ecosystems. We shall have to develop a community to retain such knowledge and grow it communally and locally and spread globally, just like the internet. The internet technical institutions I'm associated with, such as the NIC, AfriNIC, the NOGS, AFNOG, the RENS, Research Education Networks, the CERTs, the registries, the registrars are supporting internet ecosystem for this effort. Considering some institutions would be young and are yet to mature their operational procedures and practices, people should be trained to follow processes and document their work. We need tools, but dependence on tools without being contributors to new tools would be bad for the global south. What capacity to make tools would we be liberating? Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much for these introductory remarks and for sharing your knowledge and experience with us today in view of the panel discussion. I'm trying to find out how long I have because I know that the timings are shifting a bit today. But in any case, I would like to start by introducing the panelists of our panel today and then to kick off with the discussions around the protection of critical infrastructure and how we can strengthen that. Let me first introduce Hoda Al-Kazami. She's a current research assistant professor at the University Abu Dhabi and director of the Center of Cybersecurity in New York University Abu Dhabi. She's also the co-chair of the World Economic Forum Global Cybersecurity Future Council on Cybersecurity, and she's director and founder of the NYU Center for Emerging Advanced Research Acceleration for Technology. So I'm so happy that you're here today. I'm very proud that you have been able to join us and to share your expertise. Then Claudio. Claudio is currently ambassador for cyber matters in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Dominican Republic. Claudio Miguel Purillo Castillo, the most beautiful name I've ever heard. And he's been in the National Police for 35 years and is a general since 2006. He has shaped the approach to cybercrime in the Dominican Republic and internationally. And we all know him, or most of us know him also as the representative of the Dominican Republic, both in the Open-Ended Working Group, UN First Committee process, as well as also in the negotiations on the Cybercrime Treaty. So thank you very much for being here today. Then Paul Timmers, he's professor at Leuven University and European University Cyprus and research associate at the University of Oxford. He's in the advisory board of the EU Cyber Direct, a project that indeed we run to promote cyber diplomacy around the world. And he was a director at the European Commission, where he led the work on the first cybersecurity and digital identity laws and funding programs, work for digital health, smart cities, and e-governance. And he still regularly also advises governance in this context. And then finally, last but not least, Air Vice Marshal Jedet Kuha-Kongjit is the Assistant Secretary General at the National Cybersecurity Agency of Thailand. In his role, he assists governments, agencies, regulators, critical information infrastructure organizations, and sectoral CERTs in adopting cybersecurity policies, code of practices, standards, and guidelines to comply with Thailand's Cybersecurity Act. And he's also the Deputy Director of Thailand's Computer Emergency Response Team, Thai CERTs. Thank you very much for joining us today. Maybe let's kick right off and go into the discussion, but let's start basically with setting the stage on what are we talking about? What is the threat landscape? What are the threats that we're talking about when it comes to the protection of critical infrastructure? And what is actually the necessity not only to outline these threats, but also to outline the visibility on the status quo on your critical infrastructure protection. And maybe, Hoda, may I ask you to kick off the discussion?
Thank you so much, Manon, and thank you so much for the organizer for inviting all of us to head on a very critical conversation in here. So let me start by understanding what is the cost landscape for these attacks. If we looked at the attacks that are being targeted for critical infrastructure, we're facing, according to World Economic Forum on Critical Infrastructure report, a potential loss of $400 billion. And this, if we manage to have a coordinated, orchestrated attack, then it could be manifesting into an increase of $2.4 trillion of loss of infrastructure assets, which is around 5% of a global GDP. So we're standing to a loss of 5% of a global GDP on critical infrastructure, and with today's, sophisticated attack scale that are available globally, we're not just worried about the digital aspects of critical infrastructure or cyber attacks, but the hybrid infrastructure cyber attacks. I'm sure you all witnessed what happened to the global giants in Saudi Aramco when they were targeted by drone attack their gas infrastructure. And then we also had witnessed in 2022 a mass attack on the gas as well pipeline in the US and in the shipping value chain, that critical infrastructure that affected the shipping the shipment industry in the US as well. Whenever one of those attacks happens, there is a mass paralysis to the ecosystem that exists, a mass paralysis to the stakeholders that are also dependent on this ecosystem. So we have to understand that it's not just an attack on that critical infrastructure, but on the subsidiary dependent of stakeholders that are reliant on the infrastructure itself. With the mass as well call that exists globally that we have to digitalize everything, we are running into a single point of failure or vulnerability, introducing new vulnerabilities to the critical infrastructure, because we are promoting to smart cities component to exist, to IoT infrastructure to be used, to 5G networks to be as well used across the mass, which will move toward introducing more and more of applications of critical infrastructure. So when we are looking at the landscape threats, we have the ransomware attacks that exist on critical infrastructure. We have the denial of service that I've just mentioned when it comes to attacking key assets that exist on those critical networks, which takes the mass. And we have also attacks that leads to a loss of data and loss of assets across the different platforms. So I'll leave it to here.
Thank you very much, Hoda. And that seems like we have a big problem, as you outlined, 5% of the global GDP, that's quite a lot. Maybe I can ask to give everyone a bit of comfort here in the room for both Claudio as well as Jadet to outline a bit what is your national approach to this, what is your national reflection, but also what are you doing to actually counter these threats against critical infrastructure. So Claudio, may I ask you to start?
Thank you, Manon. Well, I think that on the one hand, for good or for bad, we all share the same threats. Threats are global. Cyberspace knows no borders. It is global, and we've been struggling with that in the side of the jurisdiction. But then again, in the side of cybersecurity, in the side of cyber resilience. In the case of Latin America and the entire region, we've had the good thing that it has been growing really fast. We have been improving a lot into digital services, into the adoption of technology, which means that we've increased the platform of attacks. So these threats are ever increasing in our region, and that's the case of the Dominican Republic. So I think that even though we have also evolved in cybersecurity, the challenges that we are seeing in the region and that we're seeing in the Dominican Republic are, on the one hand, our financial, are the availability of resources to be able to be properly equipped, but also in the workforce scenario, in the workforce side, we have an increasing need for more qualified people. We can solve that or sort that out through all the capacity building programs that are out there. And then the challenge is the retention of that workforce, because you train the staff, and then you end up losing it to the private sector. And like Lina said in a previous panel, if they stay in the country, that is good. But still, you need to replace that. So you need, one of the things that is, I think, a challenge is that we need to make that capacity building an everlasting process. It should be sustainable, so you keep producing the people. So that's on that side. On the other hand, then you have the legislative and regulatory challenges that we have. For instance, our national cybersecurity strategy was adopted by presidential decree, and there's another decree that establishes the obligation for critical infrastructure, private critical infrastructure operators to report incidents, to report vulnerabilities, and so on. But we are now trying to make that into a law. There's a draft bill on a cybersecurity, for a cybersecurity bill, because that mandatory reporting has no consequences if they don't comply. So that's part of also the challenge, that we need to develop adequate frameworks, adequate regulatory frameworks in order to have, let's say, an ecosystem that will play well with each other.
Thank you. Jadet, may I ask you?
Okay. In terms of the cyber threat, we also have the same situation with other countries around the world. NCSA and TICERT, we need to monitor the cyber threat happen to the government agency and CII organization. We found that this year we have a report from organization more than 1,700 cases happen in Thailand. It twice based on the previous year. So in terms of the threat, I quite agree that it's increasing very rapidly, and it's very challenging to us. We need to work closely with CII organization and regulator and sectoral research to try to let them build up their own cybersecurity capability to protect their own asset. And more than that, we are building up the National Cyber Incident Response Plan because when the incident happen at the national level, we want to be sure that we can work with related organization together as a national force to fight with the cyber threat. There.
Thank you, that's very interesting. And we might pick up on this incident response plan later and how to indeed further work in this context, cross community, whole of government approach, and really try to tackle that complexity of addressing threats against critical infrastructure. Maybe I could bring Paul into this, knowing him also from the European Commission and really starting the work there on cybersecurity and on creating this community to protect critical infrastructure in the EU. Can you maybe elaborate a bit on the work that you have done and where the EU is now in this context?
Yeah, with pleasure and an honor to be here. And I must say I also learn a lot talking to everybody, to various people here. When I look back over the past 10, 12 years of cybersecurity, I have both a little bit of an internal view and an external view. So perhaps that's a good moment to talk a little bit about lessons learned. When we started the work on 2010, 2011, 12 on cybersecurity in the European Commission, and we developed together with our colleagues in international relations and other departments in the Commission a common strategy, the first cybersecurity strategy, we were actually a little bit late. We were certainly not the first because there was already the US and UK and France and Germany had already work going on. So the first thing we actually did is simply read up on what they are doing and thinking about it, what could it mean for a really modern, up-to-date cybersecurity strategy? And I think that still holds today the way you would do it. Now, at that time, we had an idea that cybersecurity was pretty serious, but not as serious as 2.4 trillion. I think we were talking about probably 50 to 100 billion. But anyway, we thought it would become very important, and that certainly you had to address various aspects: cybercrime, international collaboration, cybersecurity in the military and defense, and of course industrial capacity, but also in particular critical infrastructures and cyber resilience. And so a key element in that strategy was also to develop a law, the Network and Information Security Directive, which was really about the resilience of critical infrastructures. And it was, the core of it was actually, it was risk management based. So it was the idea that the operators of these critical infrastructures would do proper, up-to-date, state-of-the-art risk management. And then on top of that you would have national plans, and on top of that you would have European-wide collaboration. For example, for incident management. So one of the things that people realized fairly early, you know, an incident doesn't stop at the border, and if there's something serious happening, you will have to work together across several countries and certainly in the EU together, but also internationally. Now, when I look at what happened in the field about critical infrastructures then in particular, what we kind of learned is that there are many more critical infrastructures than we initially thought. Initially, it was just a very limited set. You know, there was something in telecoms and something in water and something in transport and electricity. And we had a big debate whether any of these digital services, including social networks, would actually have to be part of the critical infrastructures. And I still remember that as European Commission, we had put social networks in there as a critical infrastructure. And the majority of the member states and the European Parliament thought that that should not be part of that. And the day that we discussed it was actually an incident that someone had spoofed on Twitter, Obama. And the stock market dipped for a minute. So someone must have been making some money out of that. But nevertheless, they still decided not to include social networks in it. 5 years later, the realization had struck home that cybersecurity is actually much, much, much more serious than we thought. It's much wider spread. There are many more critical infrastructures. And now, in an update of the law, for example, waste management, food is in there, social networks are in there. So many more areas are covered. And also that you have to have more than only prescription that says that you need to do risk management. You need to actually also provide real support what risk management actually means. And so now the direction of travel is that there's support and understanding of toolkits and assessment frameworks to do risk management. And there is also, in addition, the idea that you would do both horizontal risk management, so this is across all of the sectors, how they have to do the reporting, how they have to do their proper assessment, but also sectoral ones, so vertical risk management frameworks. And the idea is that, as you just said, things are becoming hybrid. So if you are in a particular sector, you don't, like electricity, you don't only want to talk about, let's say, cyber incidents, you also want to talk about physical incidents. So your cyber protection and your physical protection belong together. And then you get all these kind of things of, are you consistent? Do you have the same way of measuring, so to say, what is happening in the cyber field as in the physical field? Do you report to 2 authorities or to 1 authority? Do you have the same requirements for reporting? Do you have the same fines if something goes wrong? So the steps that are being taken now is actually to try to go both horizontal, so across quite a number of sectors, vertical, like electricity, health, transport, other sectors, as well as to give very practical kind of guidance, which the cybersecurity agency in Europe, ENISA, is giving, like a toolkit. How do you do actually risk assessment when you are inside a company? What are the threats? How serious are they? How likely are they? What is the impact, etc.? Those kind of things. So it's becoming kind of quite extensive and quite hands-on. And I must say, it's all based upon a long process of people working together. That's the essence of it.
Yeah, definitely, indeed. I mean, I think as EU, we're used to sit together 27 and to discuss and agree and on cybersecurity. That it has been a practice, certainly in different formats, at both a technical level, operational level, strategic level, to really try to bring together all those layers of cybersecurity policy into legislation or into best practice. May I ask maybe Claudio to pick up on this, also giving the understanding, I mean, as EU, I think we have the luxury of having 27 minds coming together. I understand that, for Dominican Republic, that might be sometimes a bit more challenging indeed, as you also pointed out, to workforce challenges. How do you actually deal with those kind of challenges, and how do you as Dominican Republic pick up on some of these best practices?
Okay. Well, best practices. I think that one of the beauties of cybersecurity, of the cybersecurity ecosystem, is that it is international by nature. So we are able to learn a lot from each other, to pick up a lot of the best practices or of good practices. And in our process of building our national cybersecurity strategy, like we did 10 years before in the cybercrime arena, we started asking everyone, looking at everyone's experiences and taking these good things. So our strategy and our governance model, our first strategy was adopted in 2018. We just adopted our new one last year, which is the 2030 cybersecurity strategy. So we have a model in which we put the National Cybersecurity Center in the presidency, and we have this ministry that is the Ministry of the Presidency, so it's the highest level of the. If we compare it to the concept of a prime minister, it's not the same, but the thing is that that's the minister is the chief of staff for the rest of the ministers. So that creates the pressure on other government agencies to comply with the mandate. But also, we have sitting in the board that there's a board in the council that is chaired by the Minister of the Presidency, but we have the Minister of Defense, Minister of Interior, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, the Attorney General, the Chief of Police, the Telecom regulator, which would be the equivalent to a Ministry of Communications, the technology, also the equivalent to the Ministry of Technology, and so on. So from the governance aspect, all those core ministries are very well aligned in the implementation of that strategy. So on that hand, we're doing very well. In another hand, we have this strategy has one pillar that is education, and it's twofold, because it's focused on creating the workforce by implementing or promoting the creation of cybersecurity degrees, both at bachelor degrees and at master's levels. At this point, I believe we have 4 universities already that are offering cybersecurity engineering degrees and master's programs. So on that, we are creating a workforce not necessarily for the National Cybersecurity Center, but for the country, but for the private sector as well, who also needs this workforce. So that's on the, let's say, higher education part. But also another aspect that we have not implemented yet has to do with basic school, including into the curricula of elementary, even from elementary school, these first, let's say, cyber hygiene concepts to teach the kids, because our children are giving them devices from a very early age. So we need to create that consciousness on the people, because at the end of the day, for those that are systems engineers or tech guys, the problem is always at the layer 8 of the OSI model, or the thing in the middle between the chair and the keyboard. So it's a human problem. It doesn't matter how much we invest in cybersecurity technology. We can have Fort Knox. It doesn't matter whether we have adequate regulation and legislation and so on, if the people, the users, the end users, are not at a decent level of cyber hygiene, or know how to protect those credentials, how to protect themselves when they are responsible not only for their own cybersecurity but also for an organization.
Thank you, Claudio. And so what I've a bit heard from the round as far is that, okay, to tackle this cyber threat landscape, we need legislation, a whole of governance, cooperation and coordination, education awareness, situational awareness to understand the threat landscape, and risk assessments also to judge the risks based on that, international cooperation. What are other practices, or what are other instruments that tools, mechanisms that you think we should put in place, or a state should put in place when it comes to the protection of critical infrastructure? Are there particular experiences in Thailand or mechanisms that you use in this context?
I can add some information about that. 2 things. The first one is the National Cybersecurity Code of Practices and Standard Framework. Thailand developed this kind of document and published 2 years ago. And it's not only have the framework published and that's it. It's not like that. We need to work closely with government agencies and CAI organization to implement it. For example, we have the NCSA Cyber Clinic. When they try to implement the framework, they will have the question. So we let them ask us about that. Every month we set up the cyber clinic for them, and we try to answer, to explain. We gain a practitioner together to talk together about how to implement it in the field. And that is the first thing that we can do. Another thing is the National Incident Response Plan, because we all know that we cannot get rid of risks. All of them is impossible. So we need to prepare. One of the key documents for us is the National Cyber Incident Response Plan. We want to be sure that when the incidents happen at the national level, everybody needs to know their own role and responsibility. And on August this year, we just have the National Cyber Exercise. We invite more than 160 organizations, including the government agency, regulator, and CII organization to join. We want them to understand deeply about the National Incident Response Plan. So we hope that if the incident like a ransomware attack, Colonial Pipeline, happen in Thailand, we want them to understand about the process so they can do the incident response together. That's all for me.
Thank you. That's very interesting indeed, and the cooperation with the private sector is, I think, very important when it comes to critical infrastructure protection, as you say. Hoda, may I ask you to maybe add to the list first, but secondly, when it comes to the development of new technologies, is this list still valid? Is this still what we need to do, or do we need to step up our game?
I think I would agree with Paul when he said that the list is very extensive, especially when we are building for the definitions of critical infrastructure today. What goes with one country definition does not precisely is the same for another country, unfortunately. And this is one of the disconnects that we have at the moment when it comes to understanding the volume of impact of a cyber attack on a critical infrastructure from one region to next. I've seen regions where, for example, chemical plants, automotive infrastructure, including cars and other micro-mobility devices, are included in the infrastructure. Other countries would include the social consortiums or the social structures, social media platforms within that kind of national critical infrastructure, because they affect especially with the level of misinformation that is existing today on the sphere, they affect the stability, the national security and the stability of the countries. We've seen countries in Africa that has been impacted in their power, like Egypt, for example, by one single social media kind of post that was calling for a revolution in June 25th. And we will keep on seeing more and more of those kind of very elastic definitions of critical infrastructure. What we stand united upon is that critical infrastructures are the units and assets that will impact citizens once and foremost. And for emerging technology, the aspects that we're having at the moment, or the risk that we're having at the moment, is that we have a technology that is not well defined in mass in terms of impact, but it has an accelerated deployment in critical infrastructure. The Congress, for example, was pushing in the US for the possibility of applying AI or generative AI in nuclear systems or nuclear infrastructure. And you could see the manifestation of possible high-level attacks that might exist when you are getting that level of high risk, low certainty kind of technology into mass deployment. At the moment, we don't have a control, unfortunately, over the mass deployment, global control over the mass deployment of these emerging technology, including AI systems or including, for example, quantum computing. We're talking about how the world will live after post-quantum technologies are going to manifest in the platform. We're seeing people coming and saying that they have actually post-quantum algorithms that are ready for deployment. And to me, I'm questioning that, because we don't have actually quantum hardware that is ready yet. So how can you have post-quantum algorithms that are ready for deployment? And I went through this extensive debate with one of my fellow Oxford professors who have a startup company around post-quantum algorithms, and he said, but it's provably secure. And I told him, how many times we had provable secure algorithms in crypto structures that we attacked. It's over 60% of the cases. You cannot tell an attacker, wait a minute, you cannot attack my critical infrastructure because my algorithms are actually provably secure. So that level of disconnect in between fiction and reality, we need to actually fix it, because it doesn't matter how many strategies we are going to build or how many initiatives we are willing to build if people are not realistic within their own implementation of the solutions. And today we are calling for people, even within the regulation structure, like why does it take a second for an attack to happen, while it takes 18 to 5 years for a regulation of emerging technology regulation. Look at for example, the current AI AU regulation that, AU is being looked upon as one of the most, mature jurisdictions that are pushing for regulation for emerging technology, but they cannot escape the traditional pathway or cycle of developing for regulation. It takes 18 to 5 years to push the regulation to market. And AI today, is growing in terms of performance development for hardware and software. It takes 2 to 3 months today to have double the size or double the acceleration of technology that you're developing for AI. Again, we need ad hoc, maybe, regulations that are strong and efficient for the current, emerging technology needs. So there is a huge scale of opportunity that exists in the market. I think we are at the tipping point. The emerging technology changes that are happening globally, they are pushing us as not just cybersecurity professionals, but as scientists, researchers, cyber diplomats or cyber governance professionals, to not anymore be using our 1980s method to solve for tomorrow's problems, but to also raise for the futuristic ways of implementing for new solutions that need to hit the ground. I don't know at the moment what are these kind of solutions that we have to have on the ground. I've seen what, for example, when it comes to AI, what China have done. China have built this kind of measures that they call them AI measures, where people are going to be fined if they used AI in high-risk environment, and biometrics for mass surveillance and all of these things. While other countries, they were much more hesitant in having that kind of fines and regulations being put into the ground. They have this kind of risk models, and according to the risk model, they left the freedom of exercising the solution to the different jurisdictions, which is understandable by law. But at the same time, this could be lost, because at the moment, we are not collectively approaching the problem-solving structure for this technology from, as my colleague here just said, from a holistic perspective. It shouldn't be just a technological solution, but it should be a human-centric technological solution that also accounted for social scientists, law practitioners, technology developers, scientists and researchers, to be policymakers, to be sitting together to develop the solution. If we don't do it this way, then we will be faced by a law like the current GDPR law, which I think was a great nudge for our technology ecosystem, but also it highlighted a void. We have a GDPR law that says you have the right to be forgotten on technological platform, the right not to be analyzed, but the technology providers, like the big technology providers on critical infrastructure for social media, for example, or Instagram, they will not give you that kind of assurance that you will not be analyzed on the platform, on that social media platform. You don't have a piece of technology today, algorithm, that guarantees that your fingerprint will be wiped off the platform. So I think we have a lot of disconnect in between reality and strategies and regulations that are happening, and we need to close this disconnect as soon as possible.
Thank you, Hoda. And it's very interesting, certainly from an EU perspective, as we've been at the forefront of regulating, indeed, technologies to protect citizens' rights and to ensure security in cyberspace. I mean, you spoke about the AI Act, and we will talk about that also tomorrow. But we also have the Digital Markets Act and Digital Services Act, which addresses some of these concerns that you are addressing here. Paul, maybe can I ask you to pick up on that? I mean, we spoke about the list of critical infrastructure where we need to actually invest. We spoke about the long list of measures that we need to take in order to protect the critical infrastructure, the impact of new technologies to this. Could you maybe pick up on this and see where does that take us now?
Yeah, yeah, I think that if we talk about the new technologies, we have to really talk technology by technology, because AI is really different from quantum, is different from IoT, different from 5G, 6G. But let's take the example of AI, because you're quite right. It's developing so fast that slower regulatory instruments have difficulty catching up. But fortunately, it's not only regulatory instruments that we rely upon. I mean, there's a lot of focus on that. There are laws, but there's a lot more. There are toolkits, there are guidelines, there are best practices, there are exercises, as you said. There is expert assistance. So you see now, for example, you have to count on it that AI will be everywhere. So you have the issue of the cybersecurity of AI that is used in other business operations, analyzing, for example, how you manage best your network for electricity supply. Might very well be that you're already using AI for that today, and that there are vulnerabilities in that AI. For example, data can be manipulated, the algorithms can be possibly modified, and those kind of things. And there are already today guidances appearing from several national cybersecurity authorities and intelligence authorities that are saying, this is what you have to watch for when you are using AI today or in the near future for your other business operations. This is the cybersecurity of AI. The other thing is using AI for your cybersecurity. And actually, quite likely, you're already doing that if you're running a critical infrastructure, because there's so much information coming from it. And there, too, you need to have guidance, and there's a very interesting problem there. There's a tendency to say, because AI is used increasingly by cyber criminals and perhaps others in order to orchestrate attacks and modify them very quickly, the only thing to counter those AI-triggered or AI-driven attacks is using AI. It's AI, let's beat AI with AI, that type of thing. And there's probably a lot to be said for that, but also a lot to be thought about that, because this means that you give AI autonomy. And no law is actually capable of addressing that question. Can you give AI autonomy when it is about a critical infrastructure? It's different when you're talking about autonomy for analysis of consumer behavior. It's quite different for having AI that is starting to run your electricity network. And perhaps we cannot escape from that, but we have to think about it. What does that actually mean for the laws that we are making today that are ultimately all based upon political responsibility? And I think that's really a challenge. You know, we need other instruments, and this is an area, I think that's an area also interesting for researchers, I must say, for political scientists for sure too, but also interesting to think about it. How do you kind of perhaps push the boundaries of what you need, but not go one step too far, actually lose control?
Thanks, Paul. And I maybe ask already, if someone has a question to prepare already a bit, you can raise your hand and we will pick up on the questions. First, I wanted to pick up on something that Claudio said before on international cooperation. Hearing all this, I mean, that's quite a chunk to swallow. How can all of this be incorporated in cyber capacity building, and how can also international cooperation help in this regard? I mean,
I think, like I mentioned earlier, that international cooperation and cooperation at all levels is key on this, but international, especially, I think this has started to become a big family, and on the cybersecurity side, on the prevention side, we have some very good examples of CSIRT networks. For example, the CSIRT, the OAS CSIRT Americas, and then other CSIRT networks that work very well together. So that cooperation in terms of warnings, in terms of learning very quickly what's going on is very useful. In fact, even from the WannaCry attack, we were able to divert most of the traffic because we were warned by Spain when they first got hit, and we had enough time to divert most of that traffic with those indicators of compromise. So that part is key. In terms then of capacity building, we've had very good experience as well right now with EU Cybernet, for example, with the LAC4 that we have physically in Santo Domingo, but reaching the entire Latin America and Caribbean is also a very good example, not only because it reaches in terms of creating that capacity all those countries, but also because it creates, that in itself creates a lot of networking. And I think that's a very good thing. You know, my colleague Carlos Leonardo, who's in the back there, has a very good theory about the networking that these type of events generate. We're all sitting here. Maybe you learn a couple of things, a couple of new things. Maybe you don't. But at the end of the day, what you take back home is the networking that you did here. And Carlos' theory is based on beer diplomacy. So it is more important and on what you do in the breaks, and what you do in lunches, in dinners, and so on, because that creates that. So back to projects like LAC4, we are, and like mentioned earlier also with our experience with Glacy, we are now bringing, if LAC4 forms, trains experts in Dominican Republic, and then goes, I went to Chile with them on a mission on a cyber diplomacy training for their diplomatic school. So that in itself creates that networking between the countries of people that you're bringing to other countries within the same region or between, you know, inter-region. So I think that's one of the good experiences in cooperation in the regards of capacity building that we've had recently.
Thank you. Maybe I can ask also to the audience if there's a particular question. Maybe there's a. Sorry, I will put the mic. I see also Nathalie, but.
Thank you so much. I'm Luanda Dome. We actually have a critical infrastructure and cybersecurity group in Kosovo, where recently we have been dealing with, I think what our colleagues have said here, identifying what is critical infrastructure and CII. And we have, I think, mixed and matched different frameworks to see how that works well. But I wanted to correlate with the workforce development aspect of it. What we found difficult, and this is a multi-stakeholder group from also a private sector that could be owners of the critical infrastructure itself. It's with infrastructure that is single point of failure, or that are interdependent with other jurisdictions and countries that might not be allies or friendly and etc. Per se, so that how that affects, I think, the security of the country. And one of the things that we are finding it very difficult in terms of workforce is not training the personnel of critical infrastructure, but retaining them. A lot are actually moving to the private sector or actually becoming employees of international companies where the salaries are much more attractive and competitive in the market. So any lessons or yes.
I think you're not alone. So it's a familiar problem. Like either you're training and they're leaving, or either they're always in training. So how do we deal with this, right? So maybe Jared, you can come in.
based on my experience, you need to accept it. We all know that cybersecurity professional, every organization need them. So they will stay with us for a short time. However, we can take care of them. We should try to not only use them, but we need to build up the team. For example, from my experience, we need to gain more people into the team. We need to prepare, and in my opinion, I think that they will stay with us around 5 years. After that, they will gone. And then we need to prepare, 5 years only. After that, we just build team, the new one come to the team, and then we continue build up the team. So when someone stay with me more than 5 years, they will go. And then we can have the new people come to my team, and enough to finish or achieve the mission.
5 years, I think many people are jealous here in the audience. So maybe, Hoda, you want to come in as well?
I think I would advocate for public-private partnerships on this. It's very important because the knowledge learning curve in cybersecurity or in this field is very particular, it's very diverse. You should be maybe a scientist coming from electrical engineering background or a law background or financial background sometimes. So this diversity of knowledge is very much needed. So what we do in our public-private partnership that I personally contributed to building over the past 20 years, multiple of these partnerships between sovereign wealth fund, between energy companies or advanced research companies, and also the governmental constituents who are interested in building, for example, incident response team, that kind of hip-hopping approach where someone could build a knowledge in one domain and then go to another domain and build complementary knowledge and then get to another domain and build another piece of knowledge, so they can, at the end of the cycle, at the end of their 15 years of career, have that kind of 360 view of what does it take to be in the field. So instead of treating the talent as assets that you own, you are treating them as growth potentials and people who you need to invest in invest in their growth in the field. Some of them would go into PhDs and would go into very particular domain, and others they don't want that. Others they want this kind of 360 view, and they want to maintain multidisciplinary kind of knowledge. So supporting both kind of appetites is very important, and investing in public-private partnerships that allow them to get into your labs if they want, or maybe work with the government if they want, or maybe work on the policy aspects. Because at the end of the cycle, you need to close the loop, right? You don't want them just to work on one domain or one level.
Exactly, and how do we shape that cooperation with the private sector is typically a discussion that we can have at this conference here. I have a question, Nathalie, and then the gentleman before.
Yeah, thank you very much, and thanks for a great panel. My name is Nathalie Jaarsma. I'm from the Netherlands. I used to be the Dutch cyber ambassador, but I'm now more into AI. Paul, I have a question for you, and you know you always trigger me with a lot of your comments. You talked about autonomy and sort of AI systems fighting AI systems. I was wondering, perhaps you could go a little bit deeper on two aspects. How does that relate to sort of the practical situation nowadays that cybersecurity tools already use AI? Obviously in a defensive way, but sort of where do we need to draw a line? Because that is sort of what I hear, what you're saying. And the second is when we look at sort of international law, but more broadly the normative framework for responsible state behavior, is something needed there, particularly on AI and sort of the kind of dynamic that you just described? Thank you.
Let me try to give a bit of an answer to that, not make it into an inter-Dutch dialogue, but first of all, what you do see is that now people are starting to look at how do you actually use AI when you do cybersecurity. So it's, in a certain sense, it's not kind of rocket science, because you look, for example, at the cycle of what you do for cybersecurity. Like you make an inventory of your assets, so you identify, you protect, you detect, you respond, you recover. And all of that, there's a lot of information produced during that cycle. And that's actually what is now being analyzed. How can you use that information to have that as input to a self-learning AI system? And that's kind of like improving the cycle. So I'm actually quite positive about that and optimistic about that, because that's really, you know, there will be a lot of experimentation and there will be a lot of learning that we collectively do, but actually this is really what needs to happen. Of course, the point is, how far do you then go? Do you actually want to really give AI autonomy to take that millisecond decision that may be life or death decision? And I don't know. We don't know the answer to that. So that's the trouble. The other thing is, under international law, there are, and that perhaps also comes back to the dependencies question, what do you actually kind of buy, put into your systems, and what can you expect in terms of that AI that is being provided to you? So what kind of risk assessment has to be agreed about the AI that you apply wherever, whether it's cybersecurity that affects AI or AI affecting cybersecurity. You want to know a comparison of the risk levels. And so in terms of dependency, there is already work going on to do ICT supply chain security and get things like certification. Well, certification we would like to have in some form that is internationally compatible, internationally recognized. You're not there, but so AI is kind of like the next frontier. I think actually in a wider kind of effort to assess dependencies, to do proper assessment, proper certification possibly, and perhaps also to a certain extent to opt for de-risking. Because you can't have, let's say, uncovered dependencies that are of the critical nature of the 2.4 trillion, you know, or life or death. So I think it's too early to talk here about international law, but in a certain sense we are moving into a situation where we talk about something like AI adequacy, so that there can be something like a mutual recognition of how we find AI adequate enough to be deployed into, for example, critical infrastructures.
Thank you, Paul. Indeed, the gentleman, yeah.
Yes, thank you. First of all, I would like to applaud Hoda's comment on a topic that is very
Can
much...
you state your name? I'm apologies.
Sorry,
yeah,
yes,
no
my name is Mark Ehrman. I'm from Red Clara, Latin American Research and Education Network. And I really appreciate Hoda's comment on the human-centric approach of really what should be at the core of cyber capacity building. But coming back to the topic, there are certainly already some leads that have been mentioned on the work on the strengthening of resilience of the critical information infrastructure. But what about the work with blockchain, for instance? Blockchain is also a very, let's say, currently a topic in precisely for that kind of approach, for that kind of work. So because we have a lead, a work lead in a work group on that. So, thank you.
I think you have made Hoda happy because this is a question.
So finally, someone is asking about blockchain. No, I think the important aspects for us here to realize when we talk about emerging technology, we're not just talking about one technology without the other. It's a stack. And yes, it's a different type. You have different clusters, but in my opinion, they are related to each other. You have few of these technologies that could be infrastructural technologies that can disrupt everything else. To me, AI could disrupt, quantum could disrupt crypto, IoT, and different aspects. So coming back to your question, what is currently the maybe threat landscape when it comes to blockchains? We know that blockchains are in mass deployment when it comes to critical infrastructure for the fact that they are the elements that are supposed to provide integrity of different operational transactions on critical infrastructure, what Paul referred to in terms of automating when you talked about, for example, automating AI to AI system responses, to me, blockchain could be one of these components that would, for example, issue these transactions and verify these interactions in between the different players. But at the same time, we need, again, to be realistic and have a full awareness of this. I talk to many people who think that blockchains are the silver bullet that is secure and safe. That's not the reality. We don't have 100% secure systems. Our security is always partial. So you need to investigate, do your own due diligence about what type of blockchain you're using, what kind of attack that blockchain was exposed to. I know certain level of attacks has been patched on different networks, but others are still surviving. What we're trying to advocate for here across the different deployments of blockchain is we really are telling people to just hire their in-house development team. I mean, we have an issue with people who are always using these third-party components, and then they're saying, we are okay. Also, some of the blockchain exchanges, for example, would use, the crypto exchanges will use blockchains. And they would tell you, we don't need cryptographers in-house. We have our own system developers that they're building our systems, they're building our security, it's fine. We have our own protocols, and they don't understand that unless your system developer would also have a bit of information about how they are implementing the crypto, they will not understand the level of attacks that are coming from that kind of paradigms. And if that attack hits your infrastructure, it means it will disrupt everything that you think of in your blockchain or your whatever stack. So I think in today's day and age, you need to have your own people that would do your own R&D and within your own infrastructure, being blockchain or any other kind of system, for you to build that level of resiliency that we are talking about today.
Thank you, Hoda. Maybe also looking at the time and noting that we have 4 to 5 minutes left, may I maybe ask each of the panelists, so looking at the discussion that we had today, we spoke about the list of critical infrastructure and the threats against critical infrastructure and how also new technologies are impacting both our ability to defend, but at the same time also accelerating these threats. We discussed a list of tools and mechanism measures to address the resilience of critical infrastructure. But if we would now look at capacity building, and I'm a state, I'm getting into this business. I have some mechanisms in place. What are the essentials to you that should be put in place to strengthen the resilience of your critical infrastructure? What would be the one? I mean, okay, fine if you have 2, but what would be the one thing that you would say, okay, please do that? Jed, can I start with you?
Okay, I will choose one. As an NCSA perspective, we need to protect the government agency and CII organization from cyber threat. So one of the most important for me that we want the government agency and CII organization to do is about the risk management process. In Thailand, we use the framework from NIST, cybersecurity framework. We follow the NIST Special Pub 839 and 37 about the risk management process because it's quite flexible to use in both small organization and the complex organization. So my answer is the risk management process, that flexible.
Risk
enough.
management. So, Paul.
Difficult
Paul
question.
cannot choose.
So I would say that, of course we have learned a lot over the years how you do capacity building, how you do proper risk management. So you need to have your foundations right. You need to have it under your feet, so to say. You need to do exercises because you need to have it in your fingers. You need to really learn from others and then try to understand so that you get it in your mind. But probably the most important in a certain sense is this trust building. so that you kind of get it in your heart. Because, you know, the police doesn't want to work together with the cybersecurity authorities and don't want to work together with the military, but you need to have all of them getting together. And one country doesn't want to work together with the other country, so the end result is that they are both weaker, so they need to build trust that they can actually work together. All of these kind of things, so I think capacity building is a two-way street, building trust.
Bring in the beer diplomacy by Carlos, I understand, but then cross-community, so.
So to me, I think we need to redefine how we do understand capacity building. It should be equitable access to all of the necessity tools, global equitable access to all of the necessary tools that would allow you to build advanced cyber competencies. So access to science and technology that would enable nations across the globe to build their own advanced emerging technology components is important to me. I think, I mean, it shouldn't be only one country building LLMs and the rest of the universe using it, one country building quantum and the rest of the universe is using it. It should be everybody else building their own local competence towards building the hardware and software for this, because we need to understand how can we build it for that company. And also making sure that we don't lose agency. I think we are automating everything else, making sure that AI is overtaking the world somehow, and we might use the element of a human agency. When we are talking about de-escalating cyber risks, there is a huge power that exists within the negotiation structure of human agency. And somehow we need to advocate for cyber diplomacy across different nations, and this kind of exercise where people should come together in order to escalate or to de-escalate the cyber risks that exist should persist.
Thank you, and I think that building capacities of the private sector is a debate in and of itself. I think we could get a whole other hour starting on this. So, Claudio, may
I think if I had to choose one single subject to start a capacity building project in one beneficiary country, if I understood the question correctly, it would probably be the regulatory, normative, and legal framework design. I think that should be like the base. If we don't do that right, then we have a risk all the way up. So that would be the one subject that I would recommend like as a starting point of capacity building.
Thank you very much. And I thank you very much for being here today and for joining the panel and for sharing your knowledge and expertise with us, and for you all to join in and listen in and for asking the questions. And please give a round of applause to all the panelists.
Stedila Mondkug, okay. Okay, maybe give everybody a couple of minutes to sit down and then we will kick it off. Shout, things like that. Welcome. We're going to talk during this session about the importance of regional cybersecurity center. The title of the session is Think Global, Build Local. And we will explore some of the different aspects and some of the different models that around the world, government, civil society, and industry have put in place to drive capacity building on a regional level. For this session, we have an esteemed panel, which is sitting on the stage, and I will introduce them super quickly. I will introduce them in alphabetical order, so you can like wave. And I, in advance, apologize for butchering any names. I'll start with Lina Areng, who represents the EU Cybernet. We'll talk a little bit about the work in Latin America. Giacomo Asenza from the World Development Bank. World Bank, a Slovenian cyber ambassador to the Europa. Gilles Schwurer from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in France, and Siaslav Vaipuna, I hope, the GFC coordinator for the Pacific Hub. In the session, I wanted to be as interactive as possible, so the team on stage will jump in and try to answer different questions. And we also have a session at the end that is interactive Q&A with the audience. So if there are questions that you want to ask, comments that you want to make, have them ready for the end. But we will start with Ambassador Rupo, who will talk to us a little bit about the Slovenia's efforts in this area, and particularly in the Western Balkans, but more broadly as well.
Thank you so much, Ka, I appreciate your time to meet with us in such a late hour during our conference here. I think the regional capacity centers are, of course, are playing a pivotal role in strengthening local, regional, and international ownership, especially on the actions in the cybersecurity area, which are quite common nowadays. I learned that CFC counted 850 plus cybersecurity projects around the world, and I think that all have some kind of a regional aspect. So I think it's important that these centers or projects, they serve as sharing the knowledge, and if we have a center, there is a hub where the knowledge is shared. It fosters collaboration and empower stakeholders to address the evolving challenges in the digital landscape. I think that establishing regional centers involve looking into the good practices which we are conducting in the world, especially through needs assessments of the specific regions, and specific cybersecurity needs are, of course, need to be tailored in specific capacity building programs. It doesn't say that, we cannot say that cyber is pretty much different in different parts of the world, but the practices and the adversaries might change or might operate differently. As part of this is also securing sustainability of such hubs or regional ownership of the hubs. And I think that it's important that it has several dimensions. It has to be well funded. It has to have super support of the hosted country. It has to have a transparent decision-making process. It has to have regional ownership dimension. And of course, needs to be working on a training program which is designed by the needs of the region. This is very important because we think that regional authorities sometimes are, or national authorities sometimes are locked into own cybersecurity or own security issues. So to look across the border, to look for partnerships, and of course to have a very broader aspect of how to move as a region on. I think that one topic is also important, which I need to mention, and then I'll stop, that the centers should strive to be sustainable in a way that the experts which are coming to a training become trainers in a later stage. So it's the point of training is not what was maybe said before, you are training all the time, or you train once. So you become a trainer and the cycle repeats with your knowledge and your expertise and partnerships you're building in such training centers. And one of those centers we built together with France was in Montenegro last year. It's operating now, and it's, I'll speak about it a bit more later, but it actually, we screened the situation of the region and tried to fix and set the program which will correspond to the actual needs. And it's meant to be a regional ownership of the center in a few years' time, but the seeding is coming from us, from France and Slovenia, and I think it's the most important part is that we try to develop some kind of a partnership relationship, sharing the expertise, and trying to encourage them to move forward on a speedy way in terms of securing the digital environment. Thank you.
Thank you. This is a great introduction, actually, to the points and the challenges and the opportunities we're going to talk to throughout this session. And I wanted to build on it to sort of see, and I think this is a question to all of you, or whoever wants to answer it. What is the differentiating factor in regional capacity building centers? How do they differ from local or international initiatives? And how do they empower the regional ownership? Go ahead.
Thank you very much. So I represent the Latin American Caribbean Cyber Competence Center, established by the EU in Santo Domingo in the Dominican Republic. And that was the first EU-funded cyber competence center in the world. And we are pioneering in many respects, discovering how to operate, developing our modules and our role in the region. And we're happy to see that we are actually amongst the group of centers who are also pioneering with different models. So this exchange is extremely useful. In the previous panel, one of the panelists mentioned that it is important also to develop national technical capability in order to maintain the competence within the country, have research and development done within basically each country, which is of course a novel thought, but it might be complicated. So having a more regional approach to cyber resilience, cyber capacity building just makes sense, I guess, because we all share the same threats, and we are fighting with the same weapons, so to say, which are our brains, our people. So cyber capacity building centers are in a way a effort to build this collective brain in the region.
And Gilles, perhaps you work a lot in the region, I think Senegal in particular. What are some of your experiences in this space, and sort of how does working regionally work in this particular context?
Thank you, Keja. Well, I belong to the French MFA, and especially from a directorate who leads a lot, which leads a lot of projects over the world in different fields, but especially in cyber. And as you ask for the region and Western Africa especially, we have a cyber school in Dakar with a regional vocation. And well, and in hand with Senegal, well, the partnership is very important. So with Senegal, the main partner, France launched this school in 2021. This school deliver cyber training into public agent for Western Africa, of course, but well, more broadly to Africa, in fact. And the aim is to enhance the cyber capacity building in 3 main blocks, a little bit like we do in the Western Balkan with Slovenia and Montenegro, for cyber crimes, cyber security, and cyber diplomacy. And well, this school has already trained about more than 900 trainees from the region. So, well, how it works? Is it your question?
Yeah.
How it works? Well, there's a staff with about I think there's 17 in the school staff. Of course, the majority is from Senegal. There's only 2 French. The Director General is Senegal also. He coming from the cyber special divisions of the Senegal, Papa Gay. Unfortunately, he's not here. But well, so first, this school have to, in fact, identify the need of the region, of our partners from Senegal, but all the region. And, well, there's a dialogue that we establish with our different partners to know exactly what are the needs and to provide the training adapted to this need. With experts from Senegal, from France, but from all the region also. And it's a challenge because, as you know, it's a rare resources, this is the occasion to say that we use also experts from the private sector. Well, we are looking for synergy. We are looking for partnerships, complementary action. In fact, with other projects that could exist also in the region. That's what I would.
Thank you. No, thank you. I think this is super interesting. And I think we'll pull on some of these threads as we go on. I think Saya, I feel like I can't see you, but you know, from the looking at the GFCE model and sort of the regional hubs model, I think you lead the Pacific Hub. Do you want to? It's a slightly different from sort of the government investments that we heard of before. Do you want to give us an overview of how that model works and how it could be a good model for other regions to consider as well?
Can you hear me? Thank you. So since 2022, as you mentioned, the GFCE has adopted a regional approach.
We can't hear. Can you get mine?
Okay. Thank you. So since 2022, the GFCE has adopted a regional approach in which it focuses on facilitating demand-driven cyber capacity building. As part of this regional approach, it has established regional hubs in the Americas and Caribbean, Africa, Southeast Asia, and the Pacific, where I'm from, addressing the need for inclusivity of local communities when addressing cyber gaps. So we're not a cyber capacity building center as such, but we're actually a hub, not delivering cyber capacity building, but sort of coordinating and facilitating cyber capacity building in the region. Similar to the focus of the main GFCE, which focuses on coordination regional and global cyber capacity projects initiatives through the GFCE working groups, sharing knowledge and expertise by recommending tools and publications, and matching individual needs to cyber capacity to offer support from the community through the clearinghouse mechanism. The Pacific Hub aims to extend that focus to the Pacific countries, ensuring that it fits into the Pacific ecosystem. So to this end, the hub in its 16 months in operation, we have partnered with the Oceania Cybersecurity Center in organizing the inaugural Pacific Cyber Capacity Building Coordination Conference, or the P4C, which is an initiative of the partners in the Blue Pacific. This conference was attended by 13 countries from the Pacific and the donors, where we discussed cyber capacity building, what has worked, what needs to be improved, and things like that. The hub also chaired and organized quarterly donor coordination calls with some of the major donors in the region, aiming to deconflict projects and events, and also provide opportunities to co-fund and carry out warm handover of projects. Also, with this donor coordination, we share insight and experience from the region. Donors share that with each other, and also each donor providing updates on their activities in the region. We also have hosted monthly webinars on different cyber topics with expert speakers from the region, and not just for the Pacific region, but also spilling over to the Southeast Asia.
Thank you. I think it's really interesting to explore how how different models sort of work towards the same result, and sort of what are some of the pros and cons of different ones. So I think something to think about as well as we continue conversing. And then Giacomo, last but not least, the World Bank does, of course, a lot of work in supporting some of these projects. You want to tell us a little bit about some of the specific projects in this space on the regional level that you've been driving?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. So, first of all, the World Bank is a bank. So the main instrument that we have is financing. So we finance through loans, grants, or guarantees, mostly digital development programs, and of course, cybersecurity is a component, a crucial component, I would say, of these projects. Now, when it comes to regional projects, I would say that the World Bank operates at two different levels. At a more granular level, we operate with national governments to ensure that all the governments in an area, in a geographic area, can implement minimum level of maturity. But then we operate also at a more broader level with regional entities. And here, for example, we have a representative from IGAD, the East African Community, the African Union, with which we have ongoing projects. And at this regional level, our projects are more aimed at coordinating the different capacities that are being implemented. And typical areas of engagement are, for example, the harmonization of legal frameworks, the establishment of some sort of cooperation mechanisms in terms of incident response, information sharing, and of course, joint programs for skills development. Now, as everyone mentioned here, the regional context can be very different. So there is not an engagement model which can be replicated everywhere. Every single model needs to be tailored somehow. So the World Bank offers also some advisory services in order to help our clients, so the counterpart, the governments or the regional entities, to really assess the situation and prioritize some actions that can be implemented based on the governance, on the mandate, but also on the level of trust that there is among all the regional stakeholders. And these advisory services are bank executed. We have the Multi-Donor Trust Fund. I'm sure that everybody has heard of it. So they are financed by the bank and executed by the bank, but it's really to support the client.
This is actually really, I like that you pulled on some of the sort of examples of good practices already of what you're thinking about. And I want to turn to Lina actually with this in terms of there's so many different governance models. There are so many different geographical, cultural contexts. What are some of the good practice examples that you would pull from, what should you do to make it a successful regional center?
Well, that's $1 million question from Microsoft. Well, I think you need, first of all, local buy-in from the host nation. This is very, very important. Political commitment for the center to be sustainable and to have a regional kind of beacon effect. You also need to deliver really impactful services or programs which would target the concrete capability gaps in the region. And this center needs to have a face of the region. So for example, LAC4 also, it's established by the EU, but it doesn't intend to be something put in Dominican Republic by the EU, just projecting EU values, standards, etc. But rather we are looking at it as a bi-regional initiative connecting Europe and the Americas, involving also all the stakeholders on the ground, private sector, academia, regional organizations, and NGOs who are already doing things on the ground. So we really want to complement on the activities that are already happening there, and definitely not duplicate, because none of us can really afford that. And this is our shared responsibility to deliver change and be impactful. So I think these are the core components of a center, a regional center, to be successful, because local ownership, very important, and impact that it makes not only today but also in the future. So you have to have also forward-looking perspective in mind.
Other panelists, do you agree? Are there other things to add? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so I think I'm talking not only about regional centers, but more broadly about regional projects. A suggestion that we always give to our clients is to adopt a bottom-up approach. This is because in a regional context, normally there is not an entity which has a clear mandate for cybersecurity. And even when they do, they rarely have the capacity to enforce a cybersecurity agenda. So this means that in the end, the success or the failure of a project depends exclusively on the support of the stakeholders involved. So when I'm talking about a bottom-up, it means that the stakeholders should be really involved from the real beginning. They should really, it should be a demand-driven model. You have to implement programs that are, that are requested by the stakeholders and that they support. And bottom-up, I would say it's also proceeding step by step, which means, for example, some of our clients, they want to establish regional certs. But the regional cert is not only the hardware, the software, the processes, and so on, but it's also built on trust. So this is not something that you can start with this. Normally, it's something that is created. I don't know. For example, at the beginning, you deliver trainings, you do knowledge sharing, then you do some information sharing, and then you end up with something more formalized, let's say, something more established. Yeah, and also there is all the governance aspects of regional capacities. So again, with the regional CERT, where do you put it? How is it funded? And especially in regional context where they are not really used to, to cooperate, at least not on cybersecurity, it's a huge struggle. In a recent workshop, we asked who wanted to host the regional CERT, and all the countries raised their hands. But then when we asked who wants to pay for it, all the hands went down. So, I mean, this is, it's really important to build this type of cooperation.
I think this is very helpful. So from sort of the theoretical framework, maybe I look at you, Ambassador Rupel, how, you mentioned the Western Balkans Center and efforts. How did you tackle some of these issues that Lina and Giacomo talked about?
Yes, thank you. I think that actually you need to be aware what are the actual needs of the area. I completely agree. We also scout for the right country to be placed, where the center is placed now, politically acceptable by all the neighbors around. So geopolitical aspect is very important, regional, of course. Then you need to see that if there is enough of political will, financial support from their side, maybe just in-kind donation of premises or something like that. But on the other hand, I think it's important that you include actual trigger for the countries which are around and which are trying to participate in the center. So they have to be stimulated to come. They have to be. It has to be an attractive program. You need to secure secure experts which are not there only for one time, but they upgrade their knowledge, so you don't repeat the training program from year to year the same, but you need to upgrade the training so that the trainees, which are then trainers at home, are trained, are increasing or gaining their knowledge and their expertise. It's very, daily changing domain, digital and cyber. So I think it's important to have such a, beside funding and all the rest, to have a attractive program, to have a good link. Especially in our case, we have national coordinators in each of the Western Balkan 6 countries, which are responsible to scout for the right people to come for the right trainers to come to the training, because if you have the wrong audience, then you did wrong big mistake. So it doesn't reach the aim of the training. So you have to have a good connection with experts from the countries which are sending the trainers or trainees to your center. You have to have secure funding, governance, and you need to have also structures in advisory boards of such centers or hubs, which has a say also from the governmental perspective, or those who are responsible in each country for the working of that kind of regional center. And what was mentioned before, I think that we as governments or experts, we have to say that without multiple approach or multi-stakeholder approach, we are not fit for such a job. So we need to have companies which develop softwares. We need to have ethical cyber guys which are showing how the ways are going forward. And for example, in our center, we have 3 domains. One is cyber capacity building. It is a training center which actually has computers, and there is a simulation, for example, for training of the critical infrastructure officers. If there is a cyber attack, how to stop it physically on the computer. It's not like just an explanation on PowerPoint or something like that. So the second one is cyber crime. So you train how to do the cyber investigation, how to protect, how to prosecute, and then the cyber diplomacy and partnerships, which also include the partners. So it's all interconnected. All the areas are crucial for the center, that region is feeling that it's their center, it's not ex cathedra preaching of something which has to be done. Even in Slovenia, we had 2 days ago big cyber attack, ransom on our electricity grid, but still, you know, we cannot avoid it. So we grow with such incidents, and I think that it's right that we make all possible that we are all in the same boat. So we are not in a lonely island or somewhere which cannot be reached by cyber hackers.
Thank you. And I think, you know, when you talked about, at least to me, I think the Western Balkans is, although there are definitely differences in the countries, there's some differences in languages, but, you know, I look at some of the other regions. I look at LATAM, we look at the Caribbean, I look at West Africa, I look at the Pacific. How do you account for the differences within the region? Obviously, it's better than the international approach, it's closer, but it's still very different, right? How do you navigate those? Maybe, Lina, you start and then...
It definitely is a challenge, but a challenge to be accepted, I guess. Because we are dealing with around 30 countries in Latin American Caribbean region, very, very different. And this is why we are taking a sub-regional approach and trying to build communities and capacities and harmonize the approaches to crisis management, incident response, and different policy and regulatory aspects in the sub-regional formats, Andean region, Central America, Southern Cone, the English-speaking Caribbean. But having the center in Santo Domingo also has a kind of unifying element, geographical unifying element, or kind of bonding element between the English-speaking Caribbean and predominantly Spanish-speaking, also Portuguese-speaking Latin America. So it's kind of a natural geographical bridge. But I think it's easier to justify, or not justify, but motivate countries to collaborate in smaller formats, because they have incentive to do that in other areas. Like you have economic incentive, you have e-services, you have interoperability between the countries that need to be, the platforms need to be secure. So they have that incentive, and putting cybersecurity considerations on top of that, or kind of mainstreaming cybersecurity in the all other socioeconomic integration processes that are going on in the sub-regional formats. I think that's easier than to develop a model that should fit all in a very diverse region.
Saya, Jill?
As you say, it's challenging, and in the region we can notice that in fact the French-speaking and the English-speaking countries, well, we could improve the collaboration, and maybe it's a role of the regional center to try to find synergy, to help them to work together. And well, we spoke about national coordinators of the Western Balkan. Just before I talk about a dialogue between the school and the partner. Well, it's very practical, a practical way to, in fact, identify the need, but also maybe common issue in the region. And for instance, for Dakar and for the Western Africa, well, we noticed that there's an emergency to find and to provide another tools for the data extraction tools for all the law enforcement of the region, and not only the French-speaking or the English-speaking, for everybody. And well, because in fact this is also a reality. Selbright left the country, so this withdrawal is a very sensitive subject. So the role of the school is to find solutions and propose it to the partner of the region. It's what we try to do. But also this dialogue enables us to, in fact, know that there's also all technical requirement. For instance, there's an issue also with the location for IP address in all the region. So it will need big work with the local operators, and well, between also our developer and the local developer also to find and to adapt a tool called denatting. We have the solution, but we have to adapt it to Western Africa. But there's also no other issues. We noticed that there's no dialogue, and we have to install dialogue between the law enforcement of the region and the GAFAM. Because, as you say, and everybody know, well, we all use WhatsApp, Signal, and so on, the social media, the criminal also. So if our investigator couldn't send a request to WhatsApp and without having a reply, it's a problem. And it's not only a problem, a local problem. It could also impact our inquiries in Europe, in US, in Asia. I don't know where. Yeah. And well, so we try to find synergy with UN Odyssey and to find to pose the problem and to find solution for all the region, because of course, like you say, we need funds to equip all the law enforcement with a new tools for the data extraction. So France and maybe Senegal could provide some, but we will have to also find a financial solution.
Perfect. No, so Saya, I feel all of you talked about the importance of dialogue at different levels. You know, whether it's in between, among the region, between the donors and the recipients, but sort of more broadly with the tech sector, for example. So Saya, the vast majority, a lot of your work is driving that dialogue. How do you make sure that it continues and that people are actually exchanging information? You know, we talked all about the challenges, the opportunities, but you know, how do you concretely, what are some best practices that we could learn?
Thank you. So as I mentioned before, one of what we have sort of done in the region is the cyber capacity building coordination conference, or the P4C. This is at this conference it presents the opportunity for the Pacific, the recipient countries, to actually share with the donors what's actually working, what's not, and how they want capacity building to be done. The donors are actually open to that, because they are, you know, they're funding that platform to share that information. So the idea is after that conference, there is an outcome document that would outline how the Pacific would like cyber capacity building to be done, and then this would be an annual conference. So again, next year we'll have the same conference, and the idea is that we're not talking about the same problems again, that we're talking about solutions and what are the progress that has done so far, and you know, any emerging challenges that needs to be addressed. So that ensures that you know, that there's improvement in the ecosystem and how cyber capacity building is delivered.
Are there similar learnings from elsewhere? Otherwise, I have a difficult question. So I feel like I'm going to look at Lina again. But no, it's for, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I would just like to mention something which we always forget, that we are now, today, one of the esteemed speakers said BBC, so it is born before computers. But we were all, I think, at least I hope, most born before cyber domain developed as it is. So I think that What is important is that we introduce cyber curriculum into the schools. I think that most of our kids, even in, I think, globally, are not having a subject of cybersecurity in one way or another, being it on a specific cyber or from mathematical or physical or other aspects, computing, science, ICT, and so on. But still, I think that if we introduce the cyber curriculum on at least secondary school level and then into the universities, we will gain more experts. And I'm talking about the Western Balkan region as well as in Slovenia, and I think in EU. We all lack experts in this area, and they are mainly taken by best paid jobs, and we know where this is. So it's hard to maintain talents in the system of keeping the cybersecurity on a national level. And I think that common denominator should be that there should be a strong link between companies or tech companies and national authorities, as we have a case in financing. I think there is a strong link between finance. If you look into the City of London and Foreign Commonwealth Office of UK, I think there is a quite exchange of experts going in both directions to have some kind of a joint effect or joint approach to the financing. Then now we can maybe see that kind of an effort also from tech companies to move, to share something, and they do share, and they are returning as well, which I applaud. But still, I think that there is should be some kind of a general agreement between the experts which are trained in the centers, perhaps, and not conquered or tricked to the private sector as well, which is a big problem for I think majority of the governments, which cannot compare the salaries which are in the private sector. Thanks.
I think that's very fair. And maybe, touching upon the financial aspects overall, I think you've all, and after that I will probably have two questions can be asked from the audience. But how did you go around in each of your different, I think, capacities to secure funding for the regional initiatives, and how do you encourage the regional the local ownerships of the regional initiative, and to ensure they have sustainable funding over the long term, and again, political buy-in. Can regional centers help with the political buy-in on cybersecurity? I feel like that's been a problem, particularly in emerging markets. I mean, actually everywhere, but getting governments to focus on cybersecurity at the right level, I think, has been a struggle for like a while. Anyway, yes. Today? No.
I start with a difficult question, and I think through our center we try to bring about culture change, to make the passive beneficiaries into active contributors, because there's a lot of talent in our beneficiary organizations and countries, and we should not underestimate their capacities and also resources. For example, what we try to do, although our center is EU funded, but it's probably not will be funded forever and ever, so we are trying to hand over some of the functions also to the region, to other implementers and countries in the region as well, to contribute with what they can, because they have strengths in some fields and they want to share it with the region, because it's a shared responsibility. It's the implementer and the beneficiary relationship should be a partnership, and I think it's increasingly becoming a partnership if you involve the beneficiaries also in the planning process and give them the responsibility also in the monitoring and evaluation, and then they feel I think more of the ownership. What we just a concrete example of what we're trying to do is we are trying to engage countries in the region that are more mature, who have functional C-certs, SOCs, and encourage them to share this experience with the other countries who are just starting this process. And we find that this is has been a, well, it's a very, I guess, appreciated approach. And we want to do it more, to combine the expertise that we have in Europe through our EU CyberNet expert pool, where we also have experts from the region, and we're combining these two expertise, and we win, because it has to be a two-way street. It can't be a one-way street, and we all benefit from that and contribute to our shared secure cyberspace in that way.
I think also the fact to have a project in a medium or long term, to send, to have a location, to have a center with the aim to become a hub, cyber hub, a regional cyber hub. The fact to send our expert, to have permanent expert in the Western Balkans, but also in Dakar or in South Africa, for instance. Well, it could help. It helps to this approach helps to in fact secure some partner to be with us and to go ahead and to also participate to the funding. For instance, in some of our projects, we asked EU, and we try to convince EU that you have complementary action, that we search synergy with the others, and so it can secure a little bit. So it's a question of trust, of need of trust, and we'll see the result at the end.
Yeah, I think it's more that you psychologically studied the situation. For example, on the Western Balkans, the countries have taken the turn of digitalization without associating such development and evolution with the alignment with the resilient cybersecurity and framework. So they were aware. I mean, they realized when the attacks happened in 21, 22, and they've got ransomware, data breaches. They got denial of services, which culminated in some kind of a political pressure that they need to do something. So I think that the general awareness of bridging the cyber security gap has become a matter of kind of sovereignty for the country. So they adopted that they need to do something with the cybersecurity policies on their domain. So as we joined forces with France, we scout, as I mentioned, we looked which country would be the most probable. We found Montenegro. They did the in-kind donation of the premises where we run the center. On the other hand, the countries we would like to get along is that they send the trainees on their costs. That's the first stage, which we are not there yet. So the initial step, Slovenia and France are financing the operation, and Montenegro is hosting the hub, the center, Western Balkan Cyber Capacity Center. But still, I think it has to be some kind of testing period that they realize that they are gaining something. That they are gaining if they participate, if they maybe finance the trip or the hotel for the participant in the center. On the other hand, we are trying, of course, to make a sustainable center, to make it a very lean international organization, which will be established by 3 countries so far, Slovenia, France, and Montenegro, but open to all countries of the region, as well as other countries to join. And then you can reach also for the funding outside of the bilateral fundings. So be it different projects or different donations from different countries. That's also one option, so that you can also get experts from tech companies, which can maybe share their knowledge with specific pro bono activities in that center. So you can be more operational if you have some kind of a proper structure and proper governance of such center.
Thank you. I'm looking at the audience and also worrying at Francesca, because I feel she will yell at me. But are there any questions? I feel, yes, we probably have time for the one. I'll come over.
Thank you very much. Mine is not question per se, but maybe it may require some answers and then contribution. My name is Said Osmano from Economic and Organized Crime Office, Ghana here. I'm a cyber crime investigator and then digital forensic expert. I also do part-time training at the university. Now, to bridge the gap when it comes to cyber crime investigation and other things, including capacity building, I'm of the view that aside the training, when we add some kind of knowledge sharing skills, like recently we went to Senegal. I think I met Honorable, and then we did a lot. Everybody from different countries, the French, the English-speaking country, let me say Nigeria, Ghana, we were there to demonstrate some of our skills, things that we do. So a lot of people realize that some people have a lot of knowledge, skills, capacity, and when it comes to investigating cyber, there are approaches. I may do something, maybe you are now coming to do that. So I want to suggest that when it comes to capacity building, maybe when we integrate knowledge sharing skills, like a program like this, I'll come and demonstrate how I investigated a case, the tools I used, and other thing. Another country comes. If we do integrate this thing and incorporate it, it will help others to follow. And then that one, we will have mutual relationship. In Ghana, we are between Francophone countries. We have them around us. Cyber is borderless. It can happen anywhere. They can commit it in Ghana, they can go to France, they can go to Nigeria, they can go to Burkina, they can go to Cote d'Ivoire, or anywhere. So with this, I think it will bridge the gap. And then I also want to add other aspect of secondment. Maybe in your institution, you have tools, you have cyber equipment and other things. Somebody from another country, if there's an opportunity for the person to come officially to work with that institution for some time, he will also acquire the skills and the knowledge. And then when he goes somewhere, he can impact that one thing. So I want to suggest the attachment and secondment in that aspect so we can enhance the fight of cyber crime. And then finally, we have tools. In Ghana, for instance, I may get a case that I need a tool. If the tool cannot extract what I want, I need to see another person. Sometimes we go to the FBI, legal attaché, they come to us, then we explain the problem, and then we give them the request. It can be formal or informal. If there's a good resource, then the formal need to be initiated such that we can tender that one in court as evidence to help something. So normally in Ghana here, most of the cyber cases that we investigate, I can say 70% of them are not from here. It's from either countries outside. It can be Europe, it can be US or otherwise. So we need just this, my small input. Thank you.
Thank you. This is actually, I think we're out of time. I think this is actually really helpful, and I think probably all of you have examples of within the region corporations of the different countries. Do you want to share a little bit about how that functions within your own networks?
Thanks. So thank you so much for your inputs. I think you provided a lot of very good ideas, but I also like to point out that these ideas are already implemented and in the pipeline, at least in all of the projects of the World Bank with a cybersecurity component. I think, for example, that the delegation from Somalia will visit the Ghanaian CERT in this week. So this is an example. I cannot speak specifically about cybercrime investigation because this is not really an area of the World Bank. But this knowledge sharing is already happening. There are a lot of cyber drills that are conducted globally, regionally, not only financed by the World Bank, but ITU is very active, Africa CERT is very active. So this is something that is happening already. And then I would also take this occasion to respond to a previous question about what to do when there are levels of maturity that are very different. So of course this is a challenge because at least in the Africa region you have countries that are mature with several iterations of policies and so on, and countries that are just starting. But at the same time, this is also an opportunity. So first of all, there are a lot of differences, but there is also some common ground. So most countries are in the process of identifying, for example, a mandated entity, putting together a national strategist, putting together a CERT. And we often said that most of the solutions are based on models that work in developed countries. So having this difference can be beneficial for the countries that are starting now to see models that are really tailored on developing context and not necessarily on developed context. And finally, another opportunity is that these countries are different from, I don't know, US, Canada, Europe, and so on, because they're not in the position which they already have a digital environment which is quite advanced, and they have to add cybersecurity on the top. They can actually, build infrastructure assets that are secured by design. So there are challenges, but also opportunities. But definitely, sharing knowledge and experience and secondment and so on are very valuable inputs. Thank you.
Thank you. And because we have 3 minutes left, I'm going to, I think, ask you for final remarks. What are some of the recommendations from the lessons learned that you have to other regional centers, to people in the audience? I think maybe we start with Saya, go around, and come back to you, Giacomo.
Thank you. I think just one or two best practice that we have observed from the Pacific that is crucial for effective cyber capacity building is not just the recipient countries taking ownership, but also being involved in or leading the co-design of the program itself. Also, we noticed that in some cases, cyber capacity building usually just like they start from zero over and over. I think that they should look into the country and see what's already been done successfully, and then just build on that instead of just starting from scratch over and over again, because you waste resources and it also waste time. I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. In fact, what I could say to jump what Seydou say, I think that the role of those regional center is also to give and to share knowledge, to provide training, but it's also to have a role in the regional cooperation, and for instance to align some of the lack, and to find solution together with all the partners. And it's also, for instance, to fight against some idea that, for instance, what I listened when I just arrived in this new job, because before I was in the French Gendarmerie, so from the operational side, that in this area, in the Western Balkans, we don't need to have some training for crypto, for instance. It's totally wrong. And when we met in Dakar, we organized seminar on, in fact, the e-scam, and we are all together agree with the fact that we have to tackle criminality and financial in a financial way. And one part of the gain of the criminality that is transferred by cryptocurrency, even in the region. When you read the report of the Genesis, I'm sorry, but Genesis, it has a lot of tools. It's a US tool, but the important thing is to know how to use those tools. And when you can read inside that even a small country like Togo, the neighbors of Ghana, well, it is in the top 6 of the transfer of cryptocurrency in the African continent. So, well, we have to prepare them to fight against money laundering, to prepare them to size wallets, and in fact, prepare the future.
I would also like to address quickly the question from the audience, which I think it highlighted a very important issue of professional internships. This is, of course, not scalable, but it's a very, very exclusive approach. And unfortunately, we don't have Carlos Leonardo from the Dominican Republic CSIRT, the director and promoter of bear diplomacy in the room anymore, but hopefully he's listening. Because LAC4 is co-located with the Dominican Republic's National Cybersecurity Center in the CSIRT. And we are obviously supporting that, but if Carlos would be willing to accept a professional intern to his team, to his SOC, that would be a very great, I guess, new initiative, novel initiative that definitely we would be happy to consider.
Thank you. I think that establishing a strong foundation regionally brings also the strong global security and bolsters cyber capacity and resilience. But to say one thing, I think it's the most important factor in the whole picture are human resources. And if we don't have skilled human resources which generate knowledge, which are educated and which have a support in their activities in the future, and they are the one which share information, connect, do partnerships, and without them, I think it's all the infrastructure we set together is worthless. So I think that the most important thing is to have a proper human resource pool of experts, which are constantly supported and trained, and that these are the real assets for to have a cybersecurity landscape sorted. There are AI options. I admit there are AI options, but never, I think never they will substitute completely the human part in the picture of the cybersecurity. Thank you.
Thanks. So I think we covered most of the good practices. I just would like to add that often in the same region there are different regional entities that are trying to implement the same programs. This, of course, is a useless duplication of effort, and it should be avoided. So more, dialogue among the different regional entities is, I think, is a very important aspect. And yeah.
Thank you, and thank you for staying with us. I think it's one of the last panels, and please join me in thanking the panelists in having this great discussion, and thank you for the questions from the audience as well.
the GC. What it takes, what it means to scale in the large-scale cybersecurity sense, and we have a fantastic roundtable panel. This was meant to be more of a discussion, but we're working with what we've got here. My name is Komal Bazaz-Smith. I'm from the Global Cyber Alliance, and I had a 20-year career in the international development world, so it's very exciting for me to see these two worlds collide. I wanted to just basically talk very briefly about what the goal of this actual session is. So what we're really trying to do is understand what are the critical elements that need to be in place in order to scale cybersecurity in an effective way. What kinds of stakeholders need to be engaged? What kind of partnerships need to be happening? What kinds of understanding do you have to have from a socioeconomic and cultural standpoint? What are the kinds of things we need to do to actually measure impact and have impact? And then, you know, what are the pieces that we need to be thinking about in order to ensure that there's an effective feedback loop that happens? So we're going to have lots of different insights into those pieces. The 4 areas in particular that I really wanted to focus on, we're going to be talking about cultural and socioeconomic indicators and considerations. Number 2, scalability. Number 3, impact. And number 4, collaborative partnership models. And I think we talk a lot about cyber capacity building. I know that it's a very vague term, but at the end of the day, for our purposes, the way GCA, Global Cyber Alliance, defines it, is it's the process of developing and strengthening the behaviors, attitudes, skills, priorities, resources, and processes to engage effectively and safely in the digital ecosystem. So it's a very broad term, and it can mean a lot of different things. So we have an incredible roundtable for you. Each of my esteemed colleagues has a very, very rich and diverse set of experiences in this space, and that's one of the reasons why we wanted to have lots of different voices to talk about this issue. So I'll start with you, Mr. Ernest Opare. Did I pronounce that correctly? He's from the Cyber Intelligence and Security Aid Bureau. He's a highly experienced information systems and multidiscipline professional with over a decade of experience. He's worked in sectors such as healthcare, education, cybersecurity, local government, and trade in Ghana. Ernest specializes in knowledge management, information technology, and cybersecurity with a stronger focus on cyber diplomacy. And currently he serves as a security strategist and cyber diplomacy specialist at the Cyber Intelligence and Security Aid Bureau, a Ghanaian CSO dedicated to creating widespread awareness on security. Additionally, Ernest is a prominent writer with a focus on security and technology. He collaborates with the Global Cyber Alliance to promote the organization and its cybersecurity toolkits in Ghana. Ms. Audrey Minisi Mereku, did I pronounce that correctly? The Ghana Association of Banks. Audrey is a Chief Information Security Risk Officer at the Ghana Association of Banks. She leads and coordinates engagements on information security, compliance, fraud prevention, information sharing in the banking sector. Her engagements include member banks, industry regulators, the media, law enforcement, and policymakers. And in 2019, Audrey led the National CERT of Ghana to join FIRST. She also has her hands in lots of different pots. And so when we first talked, we were like, we have to have you on this panel. You have so many things to say. So this is how our conversation, our roundtables get bigger and bigger. Ms. Jordan Matthews, KPMG. Jordan works in KPMG's UK cyber team. Her focus is on cyber strategy, cyber capacity building, and most recently being the delivery lead for a capacity building program for Nigeria, Kenya, and South Africa. Ms. Tony Friedman from the Asia Foundation. Tony is the Assistant Director for the Asia Foundation's Digital Technology Policy and Innovation Team, where she supports work on internet governance, information integrity, cybersecurity, and emerging technologies across the Foundation's 18 country offices. Ms. Terdofan, I got it right, yeah. Akbar from Gaza. She is a security professional with a track record spanning over 5 years in the field. She currently serves as the product owner at the Global Anti-Scam Alliance, called GASA, where she leads the core product development of new tools and services. Terdofan's professional journey is characterized by a commitment to innovation and a relentless pursuit of cybersecurity excellence. Before her pivotal role at GASA, she made her mark as the Director of Operations at Cyber Command, having initially joined the company as a team lead. In this capacity, her accomplishments included the design and implementation of robust cybersecurity awareness programs as well as the cultivation of strategic partnerships that significantly enhance the organization's product and service delivery. Ms. Elizabeth Bish, IST. Elizabeth is the Senior Advisor for International Cyber Engagement at the Institute for Security and Technology, where she leads their work engaging audiences outside the United States with recommendations from IST's work on the future of digital security and the Ransomware Task Force. Elizabeth previously served on the State Department's Cyber Foreign Policy team before it became CDP, and she regularly contributes to global discussions on cybersecurity best practices, including how the public and private sector can collaborate effectively and how the multi-stakeholder community can offer cyber capacity building to developing nations. She's also a member of the advisory board of the GFCE. And finally, last but not least, Mr. Osama Manzar, who really doesn't need an introduction, is from the Digital Empowerment Foundation. He's a constant social entrepreneur, spearheading the mission to overcome information poverty in India. He's an inspiring speaker, influencer, angel investor, mentor, and believer. Osama founded Digital Empowerment Foundation with the objective that there should be universal digital literacy and digital access to all that overcome the information gap and parity to help build an equitable society. So with all that, let's get into the actual discussion. So I'm going to actually target different people with different questions, and we'll give each person about a couple minutes to respond, and then if anybody else wants to respond and jump in, please feel free to. I also want to make it open to the floor. If there are folks that have particular questions or particular insights on a subject, please raise your hand and I'll try to get to you. So first we're going to talk a little bit about social and cultural norms and socioeconomic factors and how much of an important role they play in every kind of international programming that we do. And if it's not effectively understood and actually mitigated against, it can completely frustrate our ability to actually have any kind of impact. So Osama, how can cybersecurity solutions be tailored to account for cultural differences, social norms, cultural norms, and how can you ensure that they're effective and accepted within diverse communities?
Yeah.
The way he's looking at me is
yeah, I was
he's like, really? You really had to give me that question?
Yeah, and I was sleeping actually. I've been listening around since morning, and usually what happens is that when you discuss about these kind of things, which is very top-down, all English-speaking planners planning for the rest of the world who is multicultural, local, and all that, and you figure it out, how are we going to tell them to behave, behave properly. This mobile is in your hand, and you take responsibility to not get cyber crimed or not get cyber frauded or not get carried away and so on and so forth. And then, that, and all the time thinking that how do we do it? And especially because if you think most of the digital tools, applications are made considering you as a consumer, not as a citizen. There is a difference. A citizen is a responsible human being on earth. A consumer is targeted just consume, and how do I create dopamine so much that you get addicted to my application or to my tools? And then with that notion, I just throw this application to you. And then there are hardware makers and the software makers, and there are so many people. Everybody is saying, buy, take it, do transaction, do everything. And none of these people say that how to use settings, And everything is in the setting, to hide yourself, to keep yourself safe, and so on and so forth. And the second thing is the culture of the online is a very consumeristic culture from the perspective that it not only allows you to be used, but it also allows you to show yourself. So I'm not only watching, but I want to be watched. I want to be seen. And this is real time. So in the middle of all this, I, as a consumer, which is millions of people who are millions and billions of people who are being used, and the millions of billions who are not being used is also affected,
some of the things that we have been able to figure out in a very challenging situation in India, at least, because India is very diverse. It's not one language country. It's not a one, food country, or not, so many things, And still, mobile works very well for them because it doesn't talk in the written language. It talks in, sign language or a emoji language, or it's a visual language, and it works very well for them. And that's the reason why consumption of a smartphone is very high, and it's increasing, and so on and so forth. So I'm just trying to bring to the scale of operation. 1.4 billion people. Half of them are being used, is already online and being used, and so on and so forth. There are 3 learnings that we have learned on the ground. One is that you cannot have an online solution only for any problem. You cannot. You cannot just tell the mobile itself not to use me. Okay? You have to hit the emotional chord to tell them that this isn't right or wrong. So one is that there is a physical answer to the online problem, and there is not an online solution to the online problem, right? The second is phygital is the sustainable and scalable model. You have to talk to each other on a face-to-face basis, on a physical manner, but you have to take it forward maybe online, but it's very important that you as a mentor, or you as an expert, or you as somebody who is listened in this world of misinformation and fake news, is that can you be trusted? And the third very interesting thing is that even though we have a very skewed penetration of mobile and digital in India among women, but women is the answer. Women is really the answer. If you give the digital tool in the hands of women, it has been seen that its utilization is much better, and much, or rather you say, much less misused, I would say. Yeah, it's all relative, of course. And also, everything, it's very goal-oriented, objective-oriented, and whatever you do is for a purpose, and it's not for only entertainment or addiction and all that, because the role of a woman in our society is a responsible domestic person, which patriarchally suit to the man, but the point is that she is the answer. Maybe I'll take another round to come back that how these are, but in terms of scalability, I would say phygital is the answer. In terms of trust, woman is the answer. And in terms of tool, it has to be physical, then digital, is the answer. But I will break it up maybe.
Yeah. And I'd love for you to next time get into, how you actually got the tool and how you got some of those pieces into the hands of women because of all the cultural norms that we were talking about. Jordan, if I can turn to you, what role should education and awareness campaigns play in overcoming some of those cultural barriers that we've been talking about and the adoption of cybersecurity measures? Have you seen some examples of that? Should they be part of every program?
Short answer, yes. But I'll add to that.
Yeah, sure, go for it.
So yes, it is really, really important that we reach the target audience so that our tools and our methodologies actually have an impact. So one of the ways that we've done this in the Africa Cyber Program is looking at who we're actually targeting. So we did some research. We understood the impact that SMEs have on the economies in Africa. We then wanted to work with SMEs to understand what their cyber postures are, what the gaps are, and then where they need to get to. So lots of research took place, and we understood that female-owned SMEs actually are more heavily impacted by cyber attacks and cybercrime than their male counterparts. This is primarily due to kind of lack of resources or access to resources, lack of education in some cases in rural areas, and just more significantly impacted. Therefore, what we wanted to do was really target this particular group and really make sure that our marketing campaigns reach this target audience. So we're not going to find SMEs easily. And what we wanted to do was we wanted to educate them on the threat faced to their organization and how they can protect themselves. So we partnered with GCA, yourselves,
yes,
and we deployed and implemented a cyber toolkit. So this is free, open source tooling that organizations can use to protect themselves. It was really important that we made it free. Resources aren't unlimited for SMEs. However, where we got to was, how do we incentivize SMEs to use up the precious time that they have to implement these tools when they don't understand the threats that are faced to their organization? So we needed the awareness campaign. That's where we needed to start. We needed to inform them of the threats to their organization and make sure that they understand what those threats are so that they can know how to protect themselves. So we went old school marketing. We targeted our audience. We comms planned it. We did everything to make sure that we could actually work with female-owned SMEs, SMEs of all genders actually, owned by all genders, but we did particularly want to focus on female-owned SMEs. And the way in which we did that is working with other organizations, so not-for-profits, NGOs who have a presence in working with female-owned SMEs. We work with tech hubs and other organizations that have those networks locally on the ground in Africa, in South Africa, in Nigeria, and we're currently doing it now in Kenya with a launch in January. But I'll talk more about that.
Fantastic. No, and I think it's very interesting. You go back to the whole idea of real basic comms understanding. I mean, you have to know who your target audience is. You have to really go deep into understanding what their user needs are. And you have to figure out how do they actually consume information? Where are they going to consume information from trusted networks? So you had all of those different pieces in there, which I think contributed to that success. Okay, we're going to move on to scalability. So effective scaling of capacity building. How does that even happen? How do we do it? We've seen little pilot successes in lots of different places. But it's really hard to build that into a model that can really grow and scale in different geographies, in different sectors, in different adaptations. So I want to kind of switch gears and ask a few questions about that. So Tony, do you like how I pause so you can get to the microphone? How can the digital divide be addressed to ensure that even communities with limited technological infrastructure can benefit from cybersecurity tools? And also, how can that be then scaled? Because there's so many of those.
This question is really, really on our mind. And so the Asia Foundation, we're in the middle of starting up a program where we'll be providing cyber hygiene trainings with GCA across Asia, across 13 locations. So we're really running up against this big question, this tension of scalability versus localization, because we are an organization that really, really values localization. And so this is a question on our mind. And while cyber hygiene is relatively new for our organization, digital skilling is less new. And so what we're really trying to do is to draw some key insights from previous programs that we have done, which especially have been ramping up during COVID-19 when a lot of businesses went online. And so we have done a lot of training, particularly in the past couple of years, helping small businesses get online, helping them find alternative ways to sell their wares when they essentially all got forced online. And especially in Southeast Asia, there were a lot of people that got online because of this crisis. So you have a situation where there's a lot of people who need to be online because it's critical in order to be included in the digital economy. But these are all first-time digital users, like you mentioned in your remarks earlier today. And so the challenges are going to be quite different for them. And I think something else I'd like to add is, while some people might have come online, in increments, for people coming online to this internet, it's a lot more complex than if you started analog and you started dial-up and then kind of scaled and scaled and scaled, versus coming online with all of the new complexities that are there and all of the adversaries and scammers that are already there and have had years to develop their own skills in this environment, but then new users have not. So we're meeting all those challenges. And so the main thing for how, and the main program I'm driving references from, which I can speak more to later on, is our Future Skills Alliance. And so we have this program where we invite a public-private cooperation. It's a platform for private partners to come and share different support. And so we have Visa, we have AT&T, a couple others. And then we take different components of materials they have and implement bespoke sort of training programs in different countries that we work. So the first thing that is really, really critical is the contextualization. And I like some things that people have said in the previous Southeast Asia session was, it's really not easy to know necessarily what lessons can be drawn from one context and put into another context. So for example, just to give you an example, something that's often number one step in cyber hygiene is make sure you have like an updated device. Mm-hmm. And I think we can all know that that's a non-starter for a lot of low-income communities, and it's a non-starter in even situations where they don't have a device, but they're still accessing these online services. Mm-hmm. So what we do is we like to co-design our programs with our local implementing partners that really understand the audience. That's number one. And the other number two thing I want to say is that I think there can be a lot more conversation between general digital, upskilling, general education, and the cybersecurity community, because there are a lot of, small businesses that are coming online that might be participating in trainings where there's an opportunity to add a cyber hygiene component. Mm-hmm. And so it doesn't necessarily have to be as two separate initiatives. They can really be complementary to each other.
I couldn't agree more. I mean, I think one of the things that we saw back in my previous job at DAI, we really tried to integrate cyber into any kind of digital training that we were doing, because what's the point of using, you're leveraging, you're contacting so many people, you're already doing the training, why not integrate that? We also integrated, critical thinking and misinformation and disinformation and media literacy and things like that, because it's already a program that has been established. Might as well use that piece. And I think I just wanted to note one thing that you mentioned about the idea of the complexities of people that have to come online right away with all of these different things. The only positive that I would say, which I always have to throw in a positive, is that there's a lot more awareness now as well about the kinds of things that are going on. So, right now, for example, my kid is getting a phone. I already know all the different things I need to tell. Of course, I cannot anticipate future problems. I cannot do that. But I can already tell them, don't do this thing, don't do that thing, never post a picture, never. And that's something that never happened 15 years ago, because the kids were just getting the phone, and it was a super exciting thing, and nobody had an idea about that. So I think there's positives and negatives to that we can potentially leverage. Audrey, I wonder if I can move on to you. What strategies or models can we point to that have successfully built local expertise and capacity that can be adopted or scaled to other different geographies? Can you point to a couple of specific examples, and what were some of those really critical components that you felt were needed to be in place in order for that to be successful?
I think one important aspect is using the local channels that are already in existence. If I take the typical African setting, a child is raised by a community. So if we're looking at upscaling cybersecurity, training and awareness, we need to use the local existing channels that are already there, and we've seen them being successful. Point in case, I've been around some parts of Ghana, and I realized that when we visit schools and we have discussions with the children, these young girls, they go back home and they educate their parents and they educate their siblings. And in turn, so what we have was a short code that we registered that people can call, not just only to report incidents, but to also call for advice. We realized that when we shared that information with children in schools, they would definitely disseminate that information. So they are the storytellers. And in our African community, it's all about storytelling. We need to customize whatever we are receiving from our partners or our donors, customize it for our environment, use the local channels. It will definitely work for us. When we try to take it face value as it is, we'll definitely go through the training, and after that, you'll not see any impact. But immediately you try and customize it and you use the local settings and the storytelling that we grew up in, you definitely, it might not be immediate, because that's another challenge we are facing. Today, a donor comes, provides training, and expects results the next day. That's not, in our setting, that's not the case, because that one individual you've trained, you've definitely trained a trainer. So you would not expect immediate results from one individual. But in the community, there's a seed that has been planted, and you definitely see a behavioral change in that community. So we should basically go back to the communities and figure out and tailor whatever is out there to our environments and try and scale up from that angle.
And would you say that you found particular nodes? Like, for example, you said, okay, the children, they were the ones that were going to be the ones that would be able to pass that on and replicate. So in any community, I imagine, and Osama, you mentioned it's the woman in the household, even though she has a hard time actually getting the phone, but once she does, she's kind of the one that leads the cultural and behavioral change. So that's an interesting point of kind of figuring out where those target audiences are, even when we're talking about actual behavior change in terms of communities. So, I don't know if anybody else wanted to chat about that particular piece. Jordan? No? You're good. Okay.
I'll come back with examples.
Okay, perfect. Perfect. Ter Dufan, can you talk a little bit about sustainable funding models? How can they be established? How can they make sure that we can create something like that so that it can actually scale for a long term, for something that includes maintenance of tools? How does the sustainable funding model actually get established?
There's quite a few. I think there's quite a few ways to go about it. Again, I'll be speaking particularly to the African context because we have quite a unique landscape over here. But one of those ways is donor funding, international donors. It's really important that donors are able to, are willing rather, to send funding opportunities this way, especially for organizations and that are doing, really incredible work. We also need to explore the use of user-based funding models as well. So in this way, the tools, the services kind of take care of itself. So it could be subscription-based models. It could be, say, license fees. It could be one-off. It could be, a monthly payment. But those kind of models also as well just help. So the tool takes care of the people take care of the tools, and it just goes round and round. One of my favorites really is collaborative projects. And this is between local agencies within a country as well as international collaborative projects. Because what this does is it opens the room for sharing of resources, sharing of skills. So even when one country does not have the capacity to, say, build a tool or provide a solution, if you are collaborating with other agencies or with other countries or international organizations, then you can then tap into their expertise. You tap into the systems that they already have on ground. As an example, for instance, it might take a lot, say for Ghana or Nigeria or Togo, to build a tool or provide a service that serves their people in a very large-scale way. But if ECOWAS, that's the Economic Community of West African States as a whole, comes together to develop a tool that then the ECOWAS member states can tap into, right? That then serves the region and not just one country, and there's continuous feeding into it from all quarters, and there's also the sharing of expertise in that regard as well. Another one that I would say is really, really important is funding from the government. Governments really need to understand how important cybersecurity is and prioritize budget allocations. Because external funding is good and it helps, but you can't really rely on it all the time or even so much so long term. So governments really need to prioritize and allocate monies and budgets properly towards cybersecurity problems that are really tailored to the environments that they're in.
Thank you. That was very, very interesting, and I think that that's actually true. I like that you created a different options of potential funding models. It's not just one way or the other, but there's lots of different ways about going about it. I don't know if you wanted to add to that, Ernest.
Yeah, so adding to what is okay. Hello. Yeah, so adding to what Yukio just said. So adding to Yukio's statement, I think funding should not only be monitoring. For example, Global Cyber Alliance, your cybersecurity toolkit is available for other non-governmental organizations to ride on to create awareness to their communities. So such initiatives like the GCA toolkit are effective resources that can be a substitute to funding, where organizations that lack the financial wherewithal can use those resources to also embark on their activities. Right.
That's a good point. I mean, it's not always resources. It could be knowledge, it could be know-how, it could be, seconded resources. Exactly. Lots of different potential ways. Okay, we're going to move on to talking a little bit about impact, and that's a very tricky that's a very, very tricky thing. We always talk about impact. We're like, yes, we want to have impact. It's really important to have impact, and nobody knows how to measure impact. I don't know if anybody knows how to do that. But I'm going to ask you, Elizabeth. We know measuring impact is hard, but do you have any ideas or in your experience, have you seen good examples of how to do it well?
I'm going to draw on something that Audrey said, which is the idea of nodes, and that you can't expect to see results immediately. I personally have worked with Audrey for many years now, on and off. And I think Audrey herself is an example of a node and an example of sustainability, where she was trained in a previous role, and then she moved to a different role and brought both the contacts at her previous role into her new role, as well as took that training and has used it to bring a whole new team into the process. And I think that's the kind of impact that you can only get if you're taking a long-term approach to evaluating impact, and also if you take a qualitative approach to evaluating impact. Let me tell you something you shouldn't do when you're evaluating impact. You shouldn't count the number of incidents that occurred. That's easy to count. It's very numerical. It's something that people can describe. And it's a very good checkbox.
Train 10 people, great.
But we're even at the very senior level. If you're thinking about a national cyber strategy and you're thinking, well, in the year before we had the incident, or before we had the strategy, we had 5 devastating impacts on critical infrastructure that were ransomware or DDoS or whatever that and the year after we implemented the strategy, we had 10. So clearly the strategy has failed, right? Well, you can't think about that. The counterfactual is, if you hadn't had the strategy, maybe there would have been 25, right? So it's hard to think about it just in terms of numbers. So if you're thinking about, say, incident responses, and Audrey, you can tell me more about how you guys think about it in your work, but think about incident response, you might want to look at the qualitative things. How many entities felt confident to reach out to the CSIRT, okay? And then how many reached out? And then how many felt confident that they would get assistance when they reached out to the CSIRT? Well, how about how many actually used the assistance that was offered to them? What kinds of things did they do with the information that the CSIRT provided? So your impact evaluations have to be specific. They have to be leading towards your goal. They don't count outputs, they count achievements, and they take a long-term approach. That's really hard. Donors don't make that easy. Donors give money and they're like, great, we did the activity, close the program. And that's like the worst. And I was guilty of it. I evaluated the impact of the work that SEI had done when we closed the program. And if I only looked at that, I would miss all the great work that the alumni of the training have done as they have moved on in their careers to their next steps, to their next program. So it's got to be nuanced. but there's a lot that can be done.
And I think people kind of have a tendency to underplay the value of qualitative information. You know, they look at it and they say, okay, we've got all this great data, great. A, they don't necessarily take the time to actually do any analysis around it. And then B, you get so much rich feedback from a lot of qualitative information. You can understand the context in which the program was working. You can get a sense for what some of the social and cultural considerations were. You can understand what worked and what didn't and how to make your program better the next time. I mean, I think they're just so underplayed on so many levels. And storytelling is such a great way to talk about what those actual achievements were and what the impact was in a way that actually addresses and captures the people's attention. Because I think a lot of times people just throw data on a screen and say, look at all this amazing things we did, and they don't really know what to do with that. So I think the idea of storytelling and actual evaluative approaches are very, very helpful. Did you want to add to that?
Yes. Now that Elizabeth has put me on the spot, I think it's very, very important, because I remember in my old role, I used to work with the national certs. So it was more about people need to report incidents, and we have to get the statistics, and we try and show impact in terms of how much the government is spending. Is it really going to the right place? Are you guys doing the right thing? And you would get questions such as, so how many have we arrested? You know, because yeah, people are reporting incidents. You're already working with law enforcement, and it is expected that you're looking with law enforcement, there should be prosecution. And we forgot to appreciate the fact that it's only even a fraction of people that are reporting. That is one. One thing that worked for us was we not only used the incident response team or reporting points of contact as an incident response kind of reporting incidents. We also turned it around and allowed parents during the time of COVID to reach out to us. So we're having sessions where we're telling parents, probably you are going to give your child a device. You yourself are still trying to figure out how to use the internet together with your child. You might not know what to tell the child or even how to control the child. So reach out to us and let us help you. Let us walk you through on how we can help you. We're visiting churches, we're visiting schools, and it really helped. So the numbers changed. Instead of people reporting incidents, we're having parents reach out to us. We're having children actually reporting some of their siblings, and how should we stop him from doing this, you know? And we created some kind of a bond with the parents, with the communities that we're living in. And cybersecurity didn't become some big monster again, but we ended up having this relationship, and we simplified it even using the local languages where we could just simply translate. Security is just like how you lock your gates. You know, if you leave the key on the gate, that is the password that you write and you put under the keyboard. So lock the gate and take the key with you. You know, we get to meet with SMEs. We tell them, have a conversation with your staff. They need to know that if an incident happens, their bonuses will not be paid. You know, people understand financials, so you use that same language. Don't talk about cyber. Don't do this. Don't do that. And we know how humans are. Immediately somebody says don't. That is exactly what you're going to do. You know. So it also helped in bridging the gap and making them understand how to communicate with their children, and also reaching out to us, finding out what tools are available. Some were even opting for commercial tools, and others. It also challenged us to do a lot of research to find out what tools are out there, because you can't tell them, oh, there are such portions of the internet. If your child goes there, then he might be exposed to this. So how do you bringing solutions to them? It really built the community, and I still have people calling though, even though I'm with the banks now, and I can't drop them now. So I still have very good communication with the national site. So I tell them, oh, Isaac, somebody will call you with this number. Please be ready. It's a whole new ecosystem that we've developed, and I can't run away from it, even though I'm no longer with the national site. So.
You better watch out, Audrey. You've already given me your number, and I might be calling you. Okay, so we wanted to kind of move from impact in terms of measuring the impact, but in terms of, you know, from a private sector angle, if there's a science, we could reach out to you. How do you actually optimize and sustain the impact of an investment, especially in a resource-constrained environment? What can that look like?
One of the ways that can be done is for private sectors to really invest in this environment in terms of infrastructure. infrastructure could be internet connectivity, which is really important, especially in environments like that, as well as even providing, say, hardware or software to the people, hardware, software resources to the people. A lot of times you see a lot of the citizens can't afford qualitative devices, say PCs, for instance, and so sometimes you see them going for used PCs, but they might end up buying PCs, say, off of a criminal. And there's some information there that could get them in trouble, or even cell phones as well. So investing in infrastructure in that sense could be maybe subsidizing the cost of these hardware resources, as well as software as well. In these parts as well, you tend to see a lot of usage of pirated software, because a lot of the people cannot afford to pay the license fees for most of the software. You ask somebody to pay the license fee for Microsoft Windows, and they're looking at you like that's like 6 months' salary. You know, so it doesn't really make a lot of sense. So that is also something where the private sector could look into doing that. There is also, again, collaboration and knowledge sharing, very, very important. So this can be initiated with universities, which can also serve as research centers, and government agencies as well. So the private sector is coming and have collaborations with certain tertiary institutions and certain government agencies, and even with SMEs and, you know, small businesses. And this would help in developing localized solutions. Like Audrey said earlier, there are certain solutions that would work elsewhere, say maybe in Europe or in the Americas, but you bring that over here in our context, it may not exactly, you know, be very appropriate. So, but if we're working with these agencies like this, we'd then be able to better develop localized solutions that better fit the need of the people. Another one would be affordable tools, affordable and accessible tools. Very, very important. If the private sector can work at making, and this kind of ties into my previous point, of making tools more accessible, this could be, again, antivirus programs, for instance. KnowBe4 does, I think they do a pretty good job of that. They have a lot of free tools that are available even for businesses to use to simulate phishing for their staff. And talking about this, something that Gaza, our organization, is looking at doing in terms of the Accra call, the third point in the Accra call is that we have now pledged to provide our Check My Link tool. This is a tool that provides, users can go on there and check if a website is safe or not. Currently we support URLs and domains, but we're working on expanding to also include phone numbers and emails and cryptocurrency addresses as well, which is becoming a really big problem. So you could just type in a crypto address and, you know, you have lots of data points. So we are pledging to provide this tool for free to interested African countries that are interested in collaborating with us. But of course, we're going to need for them to also collaborate with us on the basis of communication and data sharing, to be able to help us push the tool to where it really needs to go. Because if you're looking at translation efforts, we're live, the tool is live in South Africa right now. We're currently testing here in Ghana and in Nigeria with translations as well into the local languages, because we want the people to be able to use it as easily as possible. But we also need the help of local organizations with that, because the translations could very easily go left when taken out of context, and if it's not done properly, and you know, the message can be lost. So banks, telcos, the government. We need all of those collaborations. So building the tool, we're offering to build the tool to interested countries, African countries, for free. And if they're willing to collaborate with us in this is our way of also giving back.
Yeah, which is exactly what you are. I mean, you're in a mission-oriented area, so I think that's one of the ways. It's a good way to give back, and it's an easy way to kind of be able to demonstrate the excellent work that you guys do. And thank you for that. Ernest, I wanted to ask you for sustainable capacity building in Ghana. So again, in that sustainable, scalable way, from a government perspective, what are some of the policy and regulatory frameworks that can kind of help or make worse the ability to actually create widespread adoption of cybersecurity tools and solutions and things like that? Do you have any thoughts on what should be in place and what shouldn't be?
Okay, so with government, I mean, the government of Ghana has done well in this regard with their mandated and dedicated authorities like the Cybersecurity Authority of Ghana. They have really, promote international collaboration. Example is this conference is as a result of the international collaboration that has led to this conference. And through this conference today, we witness the birth of the Accra Call, where organizations that have endorsed are pledging to develop cybersecurity toolkit. Example is what Theodore just said. And I think with policies like promoting information sharing and collaborating, I think cybersecurity toolkits will be facilitated to all over. And I think it's the right call. Again, when it comes to the hindrances, I mean, when we have the policies and government is not really implementing it, I think it has a tendency to disrupt the development of this cybersecurity toolkit. Right.
Okay, thank you. We're going to move on to the last topic of the multi-stakeholder collaboration piece. And Tony, I'd love to hear from you first, if you can. Are there successful examples of multi-stakeholder models that have effectively sustained cyber capacity building initiatives in the long term?
Well, I don't know if I can speak to the long term, but I would like to just overview this new model that we've been working on called the Future Skills Alliance. Again, trying to pull some general lessons, from other development goals, other development initiatives, and just to give a little explanation of what this model is like. And I think also it's to your point about public-private partnerships and how that can be a bit more successful. So we've established this platform, and essentially what we do is we offer different organizations, different corporations to be a member of this platform, and they can all contribute in different ways. And so it's not necessarily a one-off project, like one and done. Some of them will, contribute different expertise. Some will, for example, cybersecurity certification programs. Some will, have financial donations. So they contribute in various ways. And so what we do is we have this platform, and then we also, as an organization that operates across 20 countries, we then can see, well, where are there some of the public and private incentives, where are they aligned, and where can we build a program where we can have additionalities from this new pool of resources that's not redundant, that's not, overriding anything that's already happening. So for example, we have a program called Accelerate, and so we've gone in several countries where helping businesses get online and learn how to grow their businesses that way. So this program is in Malaysia, Nepal, Indonesia, and Vietnam, and has a mix of support from Visa, DHL, and a lot of this is taking materials that are provided to us by these corporations, then localizing it, making sure that it is meeting those needs, and so that it's not just one project. And because it's part of this overall alliance, there is potential for it to continue and for it to adapt and for this to be applied in other contexts. And for example, in Malaysia, this initiative was fully endorsed by the government, and so we want to make sure that these are bringing in different resources, pooling them, and then finding where there's complementaries in terms of the need. And so that's one thing we've been doing. But some key characteristics I want to emphasize that we think is really important is one, the flexibility. And so I think in terms of long-term scalability, government, public resources is really important. But something that private funding and private support can do that perhaps public cannot is have a little bit more flexibility for experimentation. And so we can bring in different different types of support, build different types of programs, and build those case studies and that evidence that governments can then look to further that kind of initiative. The localization, which I've already kind of talked about, and then again, pooling resources as opposed to having one resource, one project, and then done, making it more of a collaborative effort. But of course, one challenge for making this work is there needs to be resources for that sort of organizing effort. That itself is work, and so that's something that is really important for different organizations that want to contribute in that way to know.
I think that as a not-for-profit, I completely understand that. Many people don't know that it takes a lot of work to actually do and build and convene and all those things, and you always need funding for that, so I understand. Osama, did you have any thoughts on this particular piece, especially around kind of collaborative models and what you've seen in terms of success in your work?
Yeah, multi-stakeholder is of course very, very important, and I have a couple of examples for it, and this is interesting because this is also financial model based. So there is a state called Assam in India, in northeastern part of India, and the funding is provided by World Bank, and the involvement is through Assam government, which is the state government, and we are the implementation partner, and the scale is 250,000 farmers community that we have to do financial counseling. So it's not financial literacy, it's not financial education only, but it is financial counseling in the sense that you have to really handhold, you have to take them forward, you have to really decide. And farming community is not, you can say that highly educated community, they work on the grassroots. Of course they know their job, but in terms of the market linkages, so they are the community who are localized, hyper-local, culturally and all that. And then at the end of it, you have to make sure that your tools and processes and methodologies are something that they can take control of their finance in such a way that they know where are they investing, how much are they saving, what's the best schemes of the government, and so on and so forth. And in this one, we had this challenge that, okay, this funding is for only few years, and then it is gone, and what will we do? So the whole challenge of creating a model of 2-3 layers of model, so you have this big high level, which is the tool development and TOTs and things like that. And then you have to find hyper-local community-based leaders whom you do as a sustained, trained, community of practice kind of expert. And then that person is actually an entrepreneur, and preferably woman, who is actually given a tool to work on a regular basis, to not only use it as a business, but also keep on the community attached to you so that you keep on serving. So this was very, just 1.5 years, but I said that, both, and this is a model that is being implemented from the scalability model, because the World Bank and the government and all of us are looking at that. If this one looks like working, that means, in a populous countries where you have a very high scale of different language, the same tool can be customized and so on and so forth. The second, and quickly, a couple of more models that have worked is that when you go and do a large scale linkage program with the community, Suchnapreneur, which is the information entrepreneur or a trusted information entrepreneur, you have to choose at a local level. We call it telecenters, we call it so many languages, we call it, but the person that is there who is actually linked with the community, we have found, and with the research now, we have a research paper which says that if you choose a woman on the ground to be the leading person to do this work, your impact is higher, your transactability is better, and your sustainability is better, and also the quality is better. Because what you don't have to spend too much money on is the transparency and accountability, which naturally comes if you have a woman working at a grassroots level. And we have been knowing and we have been trying to implement, but now the research also proves that point. So we are really flashing that research paper saying that, if you work with digital women at the grassroots level, then your sustainability, scalability all comes together. The third aspect we have seen is that the almost freely available resource we are not using. For example, we have remote indigenous communities or grassroots communities, right? And if they are mostly women, and being a patriarchal society like India, they usually, women are the second-hand phone, women are not utilized, they are monitored, their phones are checked, and so on and so forth. So we started a mentorship program. So where let's say, Elizabeth, wherever you live, you are a mentor, and these 5, 10 girls, tribal girls, or the indigenous girls in the villages, they are your mentees. Every weekend, you will have 2 hours call with them, video call, right? And no agenda set. You just talk whatever you want to talk, but you are the trusted relationship, And then over a period of many calls, we figured out that, in terms of Jordan, they are having fun relationship. In terms of Elizabeth, they are having this teaching and teacher relationship. They're learning digital literacy or entrepreneurship. With, let's say, Honest, they are having a very different kind of relationship. All are trusted, but you have a different kind of tools they're using to know each other and learn from each other. And we have created mentors like this all over the world and within India, and we connect them to these tribal or the indigenous communities, and they have a fun relationship on a weekend, and you are not being paid for that because you like being connected, and our job is to find such people, and they are the people who are basically need to have access to a smartphone or something like that, which they either come to a community center where they get connected, or they are provided with the device. But parents usually don't mind because it's the girls and women who are talking to a woman. So, so there is a very trustworthy relationship and gender, parity. And this is working also very scalable manner. So Government of India's Tribal Affairs Ministry has adopted this as a national program. And it's now taking a scale. So there are a few more examples, but what I'm saying, multi-stakeholder model in terms of scalability, but human as a trusted, relationship is very, very important.
So I'm being told that it's about 7:10. I think we're about to wrap up, but I wanted to see if anybody had any last questions before we wrap up the session. You guys might all be ready for dinner. Go ahead. Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much for everything. And this one is just to verify something from our brother. He says something in respect to Cyber Toolkit, actually, which they have available. I'm very happy to hear that. And my question is what type of cybersecurity toolkit do they have? When and how is it going to be distributed? I have another question, but maybe after he has answered then.
Oh, okay, so the Global Cyber Alliance Cybersecurity Toolkit, is free and it's available on their website, www.globalcyberalliance.org. Yeah. And with regards to the future cybersecurity toolkit that are going to be developed, I think the Accra Core, as part of the Accra Core, there were pledges from the organizations that endorsed. So some have decided to develop cybersecurity toolkit. So that will be in the future, right?
I've recently used one myself. So another part of my role is actually to build capacity. So working for banks, we know that everyone is our customer. So we realized that during our awareness creation, so October was our Cyber Month, and November was Anti-Fraud Awareness Week. So we realized that when we go out to the media houses, we try and converse with the media, and it ends there. So we decided to extend the training to our media partners and let's have a conversation. Let's just bring you on board. Let's have a cyber discussion. We'll tell you what a threat is and all that. And one of the things that came up during our discussion was they had so many questions, and we introduced the journalist toolkit, which is still from the GCA. And upon using that tool, we had so many questions, such as, Audrey, this tool is very good, but where I stay in the remote places, how will I access the tool? The tool is available, but it's not accessible, you know. And in the spur of the moment, we realized that the tool is readily available, but not accessible. But what is on the ground that we can actually use or even have a discussion with GSA to bring it on board and localize it? There's currently an ongoing project in Ghana, which is the Africa Internet Exchange. So this is more like, it's a hub. We are localizing internet traffic. So we have all the telcos terminating in this hub. So anywhere you are, as long as there's an MTN coverage, Vodafone, Airtel Tigo coverage, you have access to the local data because it's been localized. So thinking about, okay, in the event we have access to these toolkits and it is housed in the local hub, then it means this tool will be available and accessible. So it's all about engaging. And the more you engage, you realize we have the solutions even amongst ourselves. So these toolkits are there. Make sure you go in there and use them. And let's worry them a lot. Let them be converted into the local languages. And let's try and add more, because you find that one thing, there's a day I took out, I reached out to our local partners. They shared slides, or these are the slides you use for the training. I was going on and on with the slides, and I was talking, do not share your social security number. Everyone was like, what is that? I was like, oh no. We don't have social security number in our part of the world. And then we didn't even have the Ghana card. At least now we have the Ghana card and the Ghana ID number, which is on the Ghana card. But now I had to explain, oh, it is like, so it's very important for us to localize the content. And hopefully we'll be able to get some of the toolkits and localize them and change them to our local context and languages as well. Thank you.
That would be wonderful. We've done that before with other countries, so we would love to do that there too. Go ahead.
So there are a lot of cybersecurity toolkits available. But what we endorse and recommend is the GCA cybersecurity toolkit. It's available. We have the individual, small business, election, and journalist versions of the cybersecurity toolkit. Yeah.
So my question was, what type of toolkit? Maybe videos, softwares, or training materials, or that's what I just wanted to know. So that, and also I have been in the field for a very long time. I'm now hearing about this, so I wanted to advise some of the security institutions. Sometimes I go to schools, sometimes they invite me on the telly, churches invite me, communities. I do this free training voluntarily for people. So I'm now hearing it. So probably it will be advisable if there can be some kind of flyers or something being distributed to some of the security institutions, police stations, churches, schools, etc., etc. And then we also have, Cyber Security Expert Association in Ghana, some of these institutions, so that it will help, right? So I believe in doing than saying. So I just want to suggest if you can integrate or use that approach so that we'll all know about this thing. I don't know, I've been doing this for 24 years. I'm now hearing it, so I beg you. Maybe some people have heard, but I'm only giving my opinion so that it will be available. Thank you very much. And my final one is in respect to the awareness creation. You know, some of us, we do follow criminals. Cybersecurity, always security can be breached no matter how that thing is. So when it is breached, then there is a cyber crime. How are we going to do that? A lot of people in the rural areas, sometimes you travel to the north, you go to Asimfosu and the rest. A lot of people are being used as fertilizers to commit crime. If I say this, I will equate it to money moles, where innocent people are being targeted every time, continuously. So if this education can be, and then we can work hand in hand. Well, actually, I work with IOCO. My name is Seidu Osumano. IOCO is also sometimes targeting the marketing women. They go to schools. So if we can work as a team to put our heads together, I think it will be easier to bridge this gap. It's not a question, but it's some opinion. Thank you very much.
I think I like where you are coming from, that you want to know more. And you know, the good thing about you even learning about this tool today is you are here and you go back and learn more about it. And it's so unfortunate that we do even have these existing structures. When you mention IOCO, I'm actually in a committee where we have representatives from the IOCO, from law enforcement, from the mobile network operators, and from the banks, And it pains me to know that we do not even cascade this information further. So when one person gets to this conference, learns about this, he keeps it to himself. We should also have that spirit of getting to learn something and we share. Cyber criminals are sharing. You also mentioned a good point earlier about fraud and all that. There's an active campaign recruiting the youth right now in this part of the world. Why? Because of the economic crisis. And I believe that the more we close the gap and we tell the youth, we communicate, we educate them on how they can use the skills to actually better themselves, we'll be in a better position. We wouldn't want to be known as the hub that is actually attacking our allies, but we want to be able to provide solutions. I recently had a discussion with one of my supervisors. We're complaining that we're losing skills. CISOs in the banks are being targeted. They're moving away to Europe, to Canada, and we're already in a disadvantaged position. So you can imagine if somebody is recruiting and they're coming to take the creme de la creme that we have. So we're already disadvantaged. So as we were having this conversation, went on to say, but there's nothing you can do. Everybody's looking for greener pastures. And it's so painful that even when everybody is recruiting, we're all going to look at the glorified CVs. We want you to have a PhD, want you to have cyber criminals, they are so ready to work with a university student, even with a high school dropout, and they educate those people. So back to our funders and donors and partners and employers, let us also develop the capacity and not only look out for already ready-made products. Let us also invest, because this is long-term. Immediately we are all poaching for the same people. It will even become expensive for you to bring in a certified cybersecurity expert than when you're actually drawing back into the community and developing the skills out there. Because honestly, what Osama was even saying, that if you educate a woman, you educate a community. I know some of you know very well. You remember everything that your mother taught you, but you might vaguely remember what your father taught you. So yes, as employers, as donors, let's not only look at if you are funding a program where cybersecurity experts there. We are also supposed to even poach from the other existing professions. I always say there's always an existing, in the traditional careers, you can actually convert everyone. There's a matching role in the cybersecurity space for lawyers, for emergency response teams in the hospitals, from your architects. there's so much we can tap from just even looking at their soft skills. Because in cybersecurity, it's not just about the technical skills. There's a lot of soft skills that make our work easier. For somebody to have the right mindset to actually help curb the issues that we're facing right now, we need a lot of soft skills more than the technical skills. Thank you.
I could not agree more, and I think on that note we should end because it is way past the time. But thank you all so much for your time. I hope you found it useful, and feel free to stick around and ask any questions from the wonderful panelists. Thanks so much to all of you for your wonderful time and your fantastic insights. I really appreciate it. Thank you.